approaches to the heritage management and environmental protection, which is organized by the chairmanship of the Greek chairmanship of the Council of Ministers of the Council of Europe and the National UNESCO Commission for UNESCO. It's a great honor to welcome Mr. Miltiadis Varvitsiotis, the Greek chairman of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, Alternative Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, for his welcome address.
Thank you very much, dear friends. It's a pleasure and honor me to welcome you to the colloquium co-organized by the Greek chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers and the National Commission for UNESCO, titled Preserving the Future, New Approaches to Heritage Management and Environmental Protection. This colloquium was made possible thanks to the efforts of UNESCO chairs from Greece and from the universities in Athens, Kavalas, and of course in the Aegean, in the island of Mytilene, with its excellent digital infrastructure in our disposition. Today's topic covers one of the main thematic priorities of the Greek chairmanship, the protection of cultural heritage sites in the face of climate change. As you may know, Greece holds the chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe from May 15 till November 18, meaning on Wednesday. So it's almost a day before the last day of our chairmanship that we host this event. The priority that we have put the protection of cultural heritage sites in the face of the climate change is coordinated with the initiative that the Prime Minister Miltiadis has made in the framework of the United Nations, where he actually called for a high-level summit on climate change in 2019. For us, the importance of cultural heritage is crucial, and therefore we need to safeguard the right of every generation to enjoy it. And this goes along actually with the rights of the youth and the rights of the next generation of Europeans, that they have to, they should enjoy the cultural heritage monuments intact from climate change. And this is a right, this is not a privilege. And therefore, for us, cultural heritage represents a key factor for every individual in defining their identity and position in the historical process, as well as ensuring their sense of being in the world. Thus, every state and society must try to mitigate the impact of climate change and prevent it from obstructing the right of every generation to enjoy cultural heritage. However, heritage protection and preservation is not only an issue of national policy, but rather requires synergies and collaboration, as well as respect for the principles of international law, procedures, and agreements. As the long-established UNESCO institution of World Heritage Sites shows, sites of extreme natural cultural value are a gift to the whole of humanity. Such an example is Parthenon, which has been lighted recently with a new view to renew the night view of the Parthenon. But another one is Hagia Sophia, which lately has been instrumentalized by the Turkish government in putting pressure for the international community, and actually it has been transformed again from a museum that actually was treasuring the idea that this site has been a very important site both for Christian Orthodox, but also for Turkish history and the Ottoman Empire. recently it has been instrumentalized for governmental reasons. I personally denounce this instrumentalization within the framework of the Council of Europe, and I have to say that I regret the fact that it wasn't possible to come together in condemning this unilateral action in the framework of the Council of Europe. Moreover, the United Nations Convention concerning the protection of the world culture and natural heritage has defined it as 1972. One cannot differentiate cultural from natural sites, but rather a common approach and alertness is needed. Both natural and cultural heritage needs to be respected and not treated as loose. We have left behind those days where men treated whatever came into their possession as expendable. The universal appeal, openness, and protection of cultural and natural heritage must meet multiple criteria, and we are more than happy to host today experts, especially from the fields of environmental studies, heritage studies, and law to help us decipher new developments, good practices, and shed light on the potential synergies between the Council of Europe and UNESCO. I would like to point out that our chairmanship worked tirelessly to bring together all the other 46 member states of the Council of Europe on a set of values that would form a declaration. The Athens Declaration that was signed on November 4th on the 130th session of the Committee of Ministers in Athens. I have to say that I regret the fact that three member states actually didn't understand this declaration, and actually they objected to the fact that within the declaration, the Istanbul Convention, the convention that deals with the issues against the violence for violence against women, was the reason that they didn't sign it. But nevertheless, the other 44 member states, we have all agreed, and I would like to tell you and to read to you exactly what it has been agreed, and is referring to the cultural heritage and to the future generations. So the paragraph 12 of the declaration states, we need to be better prepared for future public health crises and other emergencies, including natural and technological disasters. We also bear in mind that life and well-being on our planet is contingent on humanity's collective capacity to guarantee both human rights and healthy environment to future generations, and recognize that the role of the Council of Europe in this respect has become more important than ever. Throughout the pandemic, which was the main theme also of our chairmanship, we have the unique opportunity to reflect through digital media, as our e-chairmanship has allowed us to do, on the necessary initiatives to revert the damages caused to heritage sites by climate change, environmental crisis, but also political interventions. It has been our mission as chair of the Committee of Ministers to put forward the issue of heritage sites on the agenda of the Council of Europe. Not by chance, Greece is a staunch defender of the integrity of both natural and cultural heritage. It is my belief that today's intervention by esteemed experts will help us reflect on heritage protection for the day after the pandemic. And I wish you to have a good work in today's colloquium. And thank you very much for joining our efforts in having this chairmanship, one of the most successful ones, due to the fact that we actually explored the possibilities of new media in order to get in touch with more and more people all from all over Europe. I wish you all the best, good health in the times that we are living, and I'm looking forward to listen to the colloquium. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Mr. Miltiadis Varvitsiotis, the Alternative Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece and Chairman of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. And now we're going to the address of Ms. Aikaterini Tzitzikosta, the President of the Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO.
Alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chairman of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, dear professors, dear participants. It is with great pleasure that I greet the opening as Alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chairman of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, dear professors, dear participants. It is with great pleasure that I greet the opening of today's online colloquium entitled Preserving the Future, New Approaches to Heritage Management and Environmental Protection, organized by the Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO and the Greek Chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. The Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO has organized this online conference in cooperation with the Greek Chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, because we strongly believe that the promotion of education, the sciences, and the international cooperation is today more important than ever. Environmental protection, cultural identity, preservation, and social responsibility play a vital role in strengthening tourism and economy. However, development should not be our only priority. The design of the effective policies adapting to climate change, dealing with challenges and cultural heritage, and the implementation of a sustainable approach should also be a priority, because they are the keys to a brighter future. The organizing committee has structured in 3 parts, covering issues that are linked to the digital cultural heritage, community involvement, and protection of cultural and natural heritage monuments, climate change, as well as heritage management, education, and training. The last part is devoted to discussion, which will offer the opportunity to the participants to present best practices. Now, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Professor Nikolaos Zouros, head of the UNESCO Chair on Geopark and the Sustainable Development of the Coastal and Insular Areas at the University of Aegean, Professor Dimitrios Emanuloudis, head of the UNESCO Chair Connect at the Eastern Macedonia and Thrace Institute of Technology, and Associate Professor Emanuela Dousi, head of the UNESCO Chair on Climate Diplomacy at the National and Kapodistrian University in Athens. Their experience, insight, work, and enthusiasm were crucial for this colloquium. Last but not least, the Director of the Office of Alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dimitris Kirmikiroglu, and Mr. Dimitris Gididis, press officer at the Diplomatic Office of the Alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Miltiadis Varvitsiotis, for their hard work and cooperation with the staff of the Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO. Their contribution to the success of the colloquium has been important, and we would like to thank both of them very much once again. I wish you all a fruitful and successful conference.
We would like to thank Ms. Aikaterini Tzitzikosta, the President of the Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO. And now we would like to welcome the Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, Mr. Ernesto Ottone Ramírez, for his welcome address.
It is a pleasure to join you in the opening of this colloquium devoted to the theme of preserving the future, new approaches to natural heritage and environmental protection. This theme is more important than ever. Our world natural heritage is under direct due to the challenges such as poaching, unsustainable development and tourism, deforestation conflict, disaster, and above all, climate change. Our environmental sustainability is at stake. Addressing these challenges is imperative to safeguard biological and cultural diversity, protect global ecosystems and communities. Our future. Nature and culture are intrinsically linked. The interdependence of biological diversity and local cultures, often developed through mutual adaptation between humans and the environment, are fundamental components of the resilience of communities. For development policies to be sustainable, they must acknowledge biological diversity with the local cultural context. This is why, today, I will address natural heritage and environmental protection from a cultural perspective. UNESCO defends responsible environmental interaction in natural properties as a means to avoid depletion or degradation of natural resources, ensuring long and the strengthening of resilience to disasters and climate change. The UNESCO World Heritage Convention is one of 8 multilateral environmental agreements addressing conservation and wise use of biodiversity. Some of the world's places for biodiversity benefit from international protection, thanks to this convention. At present, 247 natural and mixed World Heritage Sites protect 369 million hectares of land and sea. 47 of these natural World Heritage Site properties are located in Europe, 20 of which also constitute UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. More than 100 cultural landscapes under the World Heritage List embody the combined creation of nature and people, and safeguard biodiversity values and ecosystem service by upholding interlinkages between cultural and biological diversity. The importance of cultural landscapes for sustainable development is recognized by the UNESCO Greece Melina Mercury International Prize for the safeguarding and management of cultural landscapes. Traditional forms of land use have created all across the world agricultural landscapes which testify to the long-term interaction and coexistence of people and nature. They have not only supported people's livelihoods and well-being, but also strengthened biocultural diversity through time. To ensure the protection of our natural heritage, enhancing the synergies between biodiversity convention is, for this reason, our liaison group of biodiversity-related convention has been established by the heads of the secretariats of the 8 conventions to help develop a new and overreaching post-2020 global biodiversity, which will be adopted at the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2021. Enhanced multilateral cooperation is the only way forward. This also applies to the fights against the fastest growing threat to natural heritage, climate change, particularly in small island developing states and the Arctic region. UNESCO is determined in 20 an updated policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties will be presented to provide high-level guidance to countries facing the climate. The future is in our hands. The next generations will bear the brunt of centuries of youth is crucial. Initiatives such as the European Young Heritage Professional Forum on the project engaged a sustainable Europe. As the COVID-19 pandemic shakes our existing models and prompts new reflection, we must steer our policies towards a path of sustainability and environmental responsibility. This includes adopting a cultural and nature-based approach to tourism as a key pillar for heritage conservation and sustainable development for more resilient communities. Through joint efforts, we can enhance protection of natural heritage and biodiversity and damage. I look forward to the insightful exchanges that will follow as part of our common quest for a sustainable future.
I would like to thank the Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, Mr. Ernesto Ottone Ramírez, for his address to the colloquium. And now we are going to have a small break till 10:45, when the first session will start with the first contribution from Professor Michael Scoullos entitled Securing Nature Protection through Sustainable Development, Renewed Approaches in MAB UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. Continue our work on the online colloquium, Preserving the Future, New Approaches to Heritage Management and Environmental Protection, organized by the chairmanship, the Greek chairmanship of the Council of Ministers of the Council of Europe and the National UNESCO Commission for UNESCO of Greece. We go on with the first session entitled Sustainable Nature, in which I have the pleasure to welcome several UNESCO shareholders, Professor Michael Scoullos, the UNESCO Chair on Management and Education for Sustainable Development in the Mediterranean at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Professor Ian Stewart, UNESCO Chair on Geoscience and Society in the University of Plymouth in United Kingdom, and Professor Artur Sa, UNESCO Chair on Geopark Sustainable Development and Healthy Lifestyles from the University of Trás-os-Montes e Alto Douro from Portugal. And the fourth speaker will be myself, Nicholas Ross, holder of UNESCO Chair on Geoparks and Sustainable Development on Coastal and Insular Areas at the University of the Aegean. We are going to start this session, and I would like to invite Professor Michael Scoullos, who is going to give his lecture entitled Securing Nature Protection Through Sustainable Development, Renewed Approaches in MAB UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. Professor Scoullos is also the chair of the National Commission on Biosphere Reserves, and as I said before, is the holder of UNESCO Chair on Management and Education for Sustainable Development in the Mediterranean at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Professor Scoullos, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Zouros. And thank you for this opportunity, and congratulations for the organization, to you and the organizing committee. I would like to say that I was particularly happy listening to what the minister, Mrs. Tzitzikosta, and particularly the Assistant Director General, Mr. Ramírez, said about the connection between cultural and natural heritage, but also making clear references to sustainable development. It is what I would like to share with you is exactly how we have moved from the protection of the environment per se to sustainable development as a tool to support also nature. And then I will give you some information on how we have applied this in the establishment of the new Biosphere Reserve in Greece, Asterousia, which was actually designated only this year. Let me start by reminding everybody on the basic relationship between man and the environment. Starting having man as an integral part of the natural environment, very soon from the moment that he started using primitive tools, he started the technology. At the same time, from the moment he started painting, decorating himself, developing language and communication, the cultural environment was started to be developed. And of course, the question from where I come, where I go, was in the root of the so-called spiritual environment. These three are different qualities than for other species, and these have started creating the natural environment, the cultural environment, the human environment, the man-made environment. This little by little gave us the anthroposphere, which now dominates the all aspects of our life, based on the same biosphere, geosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere, virtually the same from the beginning. In protecting the environment, in protecting nature, we always have to remember that each one of us has three ways in which he approaches the environment. Is the self-interest, the personal benefit for himself to keep the environment clean for himself, for his children, the social good, the water, for example, even as human rights is based on this aspect, but both of them are anthropocentric. And of course, there is the intrinsic value of the environment, the respect of the environment, the admiration, the creation, the ecocentric, and again, the intrinsic value of the environment. All the three, in different percentages, in different degrees, exist to all of us. And starting in the 70s, the formal, let's say, international efforts for the protection of the environment based on the limits to growth, we started by saying, okay, we need to, this overstructure is based on the natural environment. We need to protect the natural environment because this is the only means we have for the anthroposphere. And that gave us also why we were doing that, mostly because we started seeing the loss of biodiversity because of fragmentation of habitats, of exploitation of natural resources, pollution, invasive species, and climate change today. And all of that is linked to root causes with overpopulation, consumerism, and inefficient use of our resources. So the first approaches were almost the way in which archaeological sites and museums are islands of protection for species protection, for isolated habitats, and through spatial planning, we have managed a lot to create the protected areas of the first generation, including the first generation of biosphere reserves of MAB. All what it was already mentioned and what the chairman is going to mention about the World Heritage Monuments, the geoparks. Since we are talking about the Council of Europe, I remember our efforts for the European Diploma for Protected Areas, traditional settlements, all the rest, and under the EU particular progress with the Natura 2000 network and the different types, but also the Ramsar sites and the Barcelona, since we are talking about the Mediterranean, the Barcelona Convention, especially protected areas. All of that have protect biodiversity. But here I want to clarify biosphere reserves and their role. Do they protect nature? Yes. Are they protected areas? No. We are not protected areas. We have to include and integrate within the biosphere reserves different types of protected areas with different typologies, different landscapes from lakes, coastlines, extended, but also historic, World Heritage sites, and agricultural landscapes, and tourist installations. Whole cities like Turin or Vienna are now parts of biosphere reserves. And we have more than 720 biosphere reserves in 120 countries throughout the world. The major idea of protection, different from other areas, is the differentiated intensity of management. And this was actually the stereotype of that is the three areas: the core, the buffer, and the transition zone. So in all these three zones, we have different types of functions, from conservation, most important for the core, to logistic support, but also development, not only economic, not only cultural and human, but also economic. And how we link that to the entire system is particularly by emphasizing the ecosystem services. When we are talking about ecosystem services, we are talking about things that are regulating and maintaining, providing oxygen, soil protection from soil erosion, soil formation, ecosystem functions, climate change regulation, pollination, cleaning, purifying waters, which can be done in all parts of a biosphere reserve, but also providing services. And these services are not only timber or water from ecosystems, it is also food, not only from the natural, but also from agricultural ecosystems. And of course, cultural services linked also with inspiration, but also tourism. So all of that, the cultural services bring together the natural capital with the social capital, the built and human capital. We are talking about capital today. This is a new narrative which brings us directly, links this directly to the sustainable development. And this is the traditional pillar visualization where sustainable development sits on three pillars. And this is one of the first things I want to stress. In most cases, including for protected areas for sure, but also for biosphere reserves, this is the way most people interpret this link. Only the environmental ecology part of the sustainable development is linked with the protected areas. The other two are out. And the result is that because of the different governance, a Ministry of Environment that deals with the environment different from the development ministries, the sustainable development cannot be obtained, particularly in these areas. So we need to move from that to a governance that has already integrated most of the elements that are necessary for delivering sustainable development. Let me go now to the other side and say, despite what we are doing, the loss of nature is moving ahead rapidly and more rapidly than before. We have almost 27% of the assessed species that are today threatened with extinction. And if we take the comparison of the distant past from the fossils, now we are about 1,000 times, we are losing 1,000 times more rapidly species. And when we move, if we move with the business as usual, very soon we are going to reach the 10,000 times higher than the geological data, which is a disaster. It's obviously is a disaster. This means that we need a real new paradigm. And this is what my chair has internationally proposed to use as a model of sustainable development. The environment, society, and economy are not pillars because we have socioeconomic, we have environment economic, and so on and so forth. And also we need to demonstrate where governance sits and how this within this tetrahedron can actually collaborate all these elements, the three elements, in a different way which changes because there is an evolution in each space, but of course in different spaces. And don't think that we are talking about something different, because if I turn this on the environment facet, all the three other are human overstructure in the same way it was from the beginning. We have become, however, more analytical, and we understand better and deeper we have become more sophisticated. So the new biosphere reserve need to have sustainable development and also need to have this kind of governance on top of that. So the governance, the entire sustainable development needs to be within each one of the biosphere reserves. And in different ways and different percentages, of course, the different facets. And the way in which this is done is through the tools of governance, which are the regulations, institutions, the science and technology that enhances the carrying capacity of the systems, and of course, information, education, and culture. Next is the governance body, the governing body of the new biosphere reserve in Asterousia. Now, this together is the sustainable development as it should be actually exercised, applied there. And this brings us to the sustainable development goals, because the different aspects are actually represented under the 17 SDGs. And of course, the life on land 15, life below water 14, 6 of our water are perhaps, and of course 4, the education, are particularly important. What the new narrative in MAB is that biosphere reserves represent a beacon for sustainable development globally and locally. And this is very rapidly also linked with the three slogans to restore, conserve, and actually involve particularly the youth there. Let me come very rapidly to show you a little bit from the map how we have tried to show these links I mentioned before. Traditionally, we had all the type of MAB, the famous emblematic places of Mount Olympus and Samariagos. And now I'm getting into Asterousia. Asterousia has a unique landscape and a very, very important biodiversity with 17 different types of land and marine ecosystems and a very, very rich flora, 80 plant species, 23 endemic in Crete, fauna, reptiles, mammals, 192 bird species, because it is the last stop going to Africa, and they stay there and they come back there, they stay there and they get energy to be able to cross the Mediterranean. We have all these kind of different birds from different ecosystems, from forests, from frigana, from high places, and also a unique marine biodiversity with cetaceans, with dolphins, with all kind of things, even corals. It is a very, very important place. We have managed to study in depth all that and present it to UNESCO. And the way in which is one of the few biosphere reserves with a very big also marine part. And we have within it 3 Natura sites and more than 15 different other designated areas. For example, and this is the way in which we made the delineation by taking into account and trying to combine wild birds, sites of community importance, specially protected areas, special environmental studies, wildlife refuges, archaeological sites, and these are only the formally designated ones, traditional settlements, monasteries and religious monuments, many more than what I have here, important caves, integrating all different designations in order to make the proposals for the zonation. Now, it's not only, it is also extremely important as a cultural hub, and also not only tangible, but intangible heritage as well. And also traditional practices. We try to keep all these practices there, encourage them to stay, but at the same time, we want to have the traditional practices linked with the new, the modern, the innovative, the approaches in harmony. And here we have already in the Biosphere Reserve some excellent, very top quality cheese-making factories, wineries, women associations, and all these contribute. Also the traditional elements that have been restored to become important tourist destinations. And all this is linked, of course, with education and education for sustainable development. This is one of the books we have produced for the entire MAB system for education in biosphere reserves. And I invite you all and your students to actually attend the Asterousia Hybrid University, because this summer we had only few students you see there in Crete. The rest are going to attend from the 30th of November till the 20th of December this hybrid university. Everybody is entitled to get into this. Man, humans, and their activities in harmony with nature. This is the way that sustainable development, activities that keep the population in place and secure their employment and their well-being, can actually support both the environmental, the natural and the cultural heritage. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for Professor Scoullos for your contribution. And now we move to the second speaker, who is Ian Stewart. Ian Stewart is Professor of Geoscience Communication at the University of Plymouth in the United Kingdom and Director of its Sustainable Earth Institute. His academic interest is applying earth science to pressing societal concerns, climate change, georesources, geoenergy, disaster risk reduction, from the basis, which form the basis for his recognition as UNESCO Chair in Geoscience and Society. Ian's academic roots are in active tectonics and geohazards, and in 2004 he joined the University of Plymouth, where he developed his interdisciplinary interest in geocommunication. His geocommunication activities built on a 15-year partnership with BBC Science, making popular mainstream television documentaries about planet Earth, like the very famous Earth, the Power of the Planet. Ian is a global advocate for earth sciences, and he has a variety of awards from the Royal Geographical Society, the Geographical Society of London, the American Geophysical Union, the American Geosciences Institute, and the Geological Society of America. He is also involved in geoparks as the patron of the English Riviera Geopark. So it's a great pleasure to have Ian with us today. Ian, you have the floor.
Efaristo Parapoli. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to join you. I'm just going to share, if I share my screen. Sorry, can you, am I able to share my screen here?
Yes. Just
share screen. Ah, here we go. Okay.
Share screen at the bottom.
Yeah, sorry, it disappeared off my screen there. Always worrying that one. So, okay, nearly there. Here's me, a professor of science communication, and I can't use the thing I use every day. So thank you for that lovely welcome, Nicholas. Yeah, my interest is in. Can I just check that people can see that image before I start? You can see
yes,
it. Perfect.
We see
yes,
it perfectly.
Perfect. So my interest is how we convey the complex technical science that we have about the planet to a wide number of non-technical audiences in the public. And my motivation for this is that as we move to the challenges of future decades, we have a lot of really complex questions that are not simply technical, they're also aesthetic, moral, ethical questions. And a good example is in front of you here. This is the Salinas de Uyuna up in the Bolivian Altiplano. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been on the planet, but it's also home to 30% of the world lithium reserves. And that light metal, the lightest of the metal, is an absolutely essential ingredient in most of our renewable push electric vehicles, renewable batteries, etc. And so there's a strong chance that this kind of environment is going to become under threat as a result of our shift towards a low carbon world. So how do we convey the complexity of these issues? And so my interest is in taking the science and trying to take it to other people. And I'm using the word selling very deliberately here because I want to suggest a slightly different approach. The approaches that we normally use for this is the landscape, if you like, of science communication. On the left-hand side is the motivation of what the scientist or the academic or the expert is. At the top, are they problem-driven? Is it applied? At the bottom, is it purely the pursuit of knowledge, pure academic work? And then along the bottom is, to what extent is the public actually involved in this endeavor? So low towards the left and high towards the right. So what we see is an area in the bottom left of public understanding of science. The notion that the public need to be educated about science, that's the problem. They don't know enough about science. And our job as experts is to convey our expertise to them, and then they become educated. And then there's a very different model at the top right, which is about public engagement, which kind of says, no, actually what we just need to do is to invite the public in to our world. They should enjoy science. Science and scientific information should be fun, and we should use that to have a dialogue with people about what they find interesting. And these are two very different models that have evolved over the last 20, 30 years. And it's fair to say that almost every university that I know now has courses on science communication, where our students that are coming through are getting trained in how to communicate science to the public. So my background, as was mentioned, is a geoscience background. Traditionally, I was interested in Asterosia there because I did my PhD on some faults just on that very region. So it's been a traditional background, but I've worked for 15 years with BBC Science, making lots and lots of mainstream popular geoscience programs about the planet, about climate change, about earthquakes and hazards, and increasingly about energy and the energy transition. So what's interesting about that approach is that I've had to develop a very different mindset towards communication that I have when I'm in my lecture room, as I will be later today. So what I mean by that is that, to my mind, the problem we often have in communicating science is we start from the perspective of educators. We think that communicating science is stepping out of the classroom, but more or less communicating in the same way. In this quote, which was the final line from a paper that I wrote with the journalist, says that, we got to get rid of that actually what we're doing is we're kind of engaged in a public relations activity, that we're conveying the importance of geoscience of the planet of diversity. And that's a very different set of skills to the set of skills that we do when we're in the education sphere. So to my mind, it's about selling. It's about learning how to sell. And I'm going to try and justify that quite provocative statement. So what I mean by that? Well, it seems to me that when we're trying to get it into the public domain, we can use a lot of the techniques that we use in marketing and selling. And marketing has three main modes of delivery, three paradigms, if you like, about how they sell. The make and sell approach is the simplest one. It's the most long-lived one. The make and sell approach is one where the marketer looks at the internal production of a company, of a business, and they get the raw ingredients of a production line and they make a product, and they sell, a sales team sells that product out of the door. The customer hasn't asked for the product, they've not asked for it to be created, but the idea is if the product's good enough, then the sales team will be able to sell it and the public will buy it. And so I think this is the area that I have in terms of the public understanding of science. We create lots and lots of science. We write lots and lots of science articles. The public haven't asked for those science articles. We've told them it's important. We've decided the idea of what research should be done along with research councils. And then we create a science and then we want to sell it. We want to sell it out the door to tell the public, this is fantastic. This is amazing. Buy this science. You really need it. And that is almost, I would say 95% of the science communication that gets done is done in that make and sell area. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that is the start, to my mind, it's the starting point. So if you want to operate in that territory, the first thing you need to do is become a better communicator, better seller, if you like, of our wares. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, here are some of the elements that I think work certainly in my television programs and work more generally, and that I think we all probably use in one way or another. First of all, the wonder. This is Nika Cave in northern Mexico. It's one of the most spectacular places I've ever been. Gypsum crystals, very, very basic mineralogy, and yet look at it, absolutely astonishing. And so this is about the fact that there are places in the planet, and they could be small, they could be large, that are absolutely amazing. They just blow you away. It's extraordinary. It's such a pleasure to realize you live on a planet with this kind of thing. So that always does well. The second aspect is that we are fixated by facts and information generally as educators and scientists. And yet the public, the wider public, aren't that interested in facts. They find them interesting for a few seconds and then they're gone. What resonates, what endures is stories. And so telling stories, which of course involves a bunch of facts that you have to skeleton your story with, is much more important. So here's a couple of climate scientists giving their advice on how to make climate science much more sellable. Try to craft messages that are not only simple but memorable, repeat them often, make more effective use of imagery, metaphor and narrative. In short, and this is the important bit, be a better storyteller. Lead with what you know, what you're expert in, and let your passion show. And that's something that we need to convey, I think, to scientists moving into the communication world that is really critical. And a different set of skills, I would argue, from what they're learning in the classroom. And then finally, it's about people. This quote comes from that same paper with the journalist, and it's his words, but he says, it's a fact often overlooked by scientists that most other people are mostly interested in other people. They're mostly not interested in anything else. The fact that we scientists are interested in things and ideas marks us out as mentally very unusual. In other words, the danger is we need to communicate in the same way that the vast majority of the audience we're trying to reach communicates. And that's not necessarily in things and ideas. People interested in people. This is a Greenland fisherman who took us out on the sea ice to make the point that the ice in Greenland was melting a month earlier. I could have shown the science. It was much more compelling hearing it from the word of this Inuit hunter. So it's about people. And of course, one of those people is us. It's ourselves. It's people as scientists, because we're incredibly trusted and we're incredibly knowledgeable, as long as we can realize that we are the gateway, the portal to what we're actually interested in. So that's all very well. That's that make and sell territory. But there is a territory beyond that, which is understanding the science of the public. So television and marketing do this very well. They understand who their customer is. Who is it we're trying to reach? What do they like? What do they need? Segment in a scientific, factual basis, segment the audience down into different audiences and try to target these different audiences. Now, these days, that sensing is done by anthropologists, sociologists, psychologists. So people who really understand and can develop empirical data on the basis of who their audience is. And on the back of that, we can change the way that we respond and the messages that we create. So that's a whole body of literature that's in the social sciences over the last 30, 40 years about decision making, about how we process information, about cognitive processes that we can learn and we can apply to this. It's very scientific. And this really touches on Matthew Nisbet's idea of the four cultures, which is they're saying, look, in the past, what we've had is we've had these discrete disciplines. And if you like, environmental science, you'll see is in the top left there, and it's really had very little interaction with the creative arts or with social science and philosophy and religion. And the argument is, as we move forward into the world of the sustainability science, all of those spheres will have to be integrated, because the creative arts provides inspiration, motivating meaning. They provide the connections by which people might come into science. Social sciences allow us to look at the cognitive models, mental models, the framing by which we can approach. And then the philosophy and religion provide these big ethical backdrops to many of the issues that we deal with. But finally, the one that I really would like to push into is something new, which was so the sense and respond comes out of straight marketing. When the marketers arise and they say, actually, it's the customer that's important. Think about the customer, change your business model to fit the customer. So your Apple, Macs, and Microsoft and all the rest of it. The guided co-create is a new marketing paradigm that's come along called social marketing. So things like Unilever and Ben & Jerry's, and these are companies that want social value. If the customer likes you, they're willing to tolerate a higher price for your product because you are good, you do good. So the guide and co-create model is an interesting one because the guide bit suggests leadership, the sense of a long-term sense of direction that's established by some kind of expertise. However, the co-create element indicates that in order to get there, we have to work with the audience, the public, whoever it is, the stakeholders, in order to get to that place. So it's a much more kind of participatory approach than we would normally develop. And that really fits with most of the new frameworks that have come on, the Paris Climate Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and of course, which has already been mentioned, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. These are new science society contracts where science is expected to deliver certain things for that sustainable future. And it's also one in which people, the communities, the people that will be affected need to be involved, actively participating in co-design, co-creation, co-production. And I just give one example at the bottom left there, which is Citizens Assembly. I'm the communications lead for the new Scottish Climate Assembly, which is 100 ordinary people from around Scotland meeting every weekend for the next few months to talk about climate change, where they're driving the process. The people that know nothing often about climate change are driving the process because it ultimately affects them. So my final slide then is this, which is that I see science communication as an evolutionary process. Most people will start in this make and sell territory and wanting to be a better communicator. They can do that very importantly. Then they can evolve and understand what the empirical science says about cognitive thinking, be more scientific about reaching key audiences. But ultimately, the ultimate game is to set a long-term course, a trajectory, and work with communities to be delivering on that. And that requires purpose. All of the businesses that I talk about have a sense of purpose. And purpose is the pursuit of an ambitious, clear, enduring and overarching goal, which is motivating. And my argument would be that as an individual communicator, we need a sense of purpose. But more importantly, the institutions we work for, the universities that we work for need to have a clear sense of purpose. They need to have long-term social goals. It's not simply the number of students that they teach every year or in terms of the number of research publications we have. we have huge challenges ahead to reach a sustainable future. And if we're not able to communicate those challenges to people that are going to be affected, we'll have failed. And with that, I will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian, for your contribution to our colloquium. It was a pleasure to have you here. And now I'm going to move to Professor Artur Sá from Portugal. Artur Sá is Professor of Geology at the Department of Geology, the University Trás-os-Montes e Alto Douro in Portugal. He does research in Paleozoic paleontology and biostratigraphy. He's a world-class specialist on fauna of the Ordovician period, and especially on the arthropod assemblages, almost 470 million years old. He has a special interest on UNESCO Global Geopark, and he is the scientific coordinator of Arouca Geopark in the north of Portugal. He is the chairholder of the UNESCO Chair on Geoparks, Regional Sustainable Development and Healthy Lifestyle, and coordinator of major projects on sustainable management of natural resources in the area of Western Europe and Atlantic. Artur, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. You have the floor.
Kalimera, Kaisas, Efcharisto. First of all, I would like to thank to Professor Nicolas Scoullos for his invitation to me, that he addressed to me, and get a greeting to greet all the participants. Thank you so much. In effect, I will share my, okay. I think now. So you asked me to talk about the earth processes and life evolution testimonies in geoparks as elements of unique natural and cultural heritage, and to talk about the case of the European Atlantic geotourism route. I can start these presentations said that and in the beginning was the fire. In effect, the history of our planet is an history forged by fire. And in effect, in a moment in our lives, every time that we need to think in a project, we need to create something new, and it's a kind of fire, plenty of ideas. And it was the original idea when we look to our planet, the blue planet, in the configuration that we see in the maps. But in effect, when we look to the geological map of the world, we see that our planet is even more beautiful. It's a multicolor planet, when each color represents one rock type and represents a moment of the history of the evolution of our planet. In effect, the different rocks keeps the history of a moment when this rock was formed in the planet, and things were different, in fact. And as Professor Michael Scoullos said, it's every day important to asking, who am I, where I come from, where I go. And this is very important when we look to our planet, as Professor Ian Stewart explained very well all these questions. And for example, when we look to this work made with a very famous project from Professor Scott Hesse, when we look to the last 540 million years from the Cambrian, when occurs the Cambrian explosion of life during the diversification from the Ordovician, with the glaciation of the Ordovician that made the first mass extinction event, or even during the Devonian, for example, the age of the fish, with also extinction event with the beginning of the formation of the Pangea, or during the Carboniferous, with the most extensive forests and with the level of oxygen in the atmosphere bigger than today, or during the Permian, the Pangea time, when occurred the biggest mass extinction, the Triassic with the recovery of biodiversity, or the Jurassic, the age of the dinosaurs, and lately during the Cretaceous time, with already the Atlantic North already open, and also the opening of the entire Atlantic Ocean, and this history that finished with the extinction of the dinosaurs, or during the Eocene or Oligocene, Miocene. So the movement and the transformation of our planets until today, it's very important to take these in mind. So the planet of today is completely different of the planet from the past, but the rocks that existed today preserves these memories, preserves this history. So the question was, what unites and differentiates us in the scope of the UNESCO global geoparks? Well, looking to the Western Europe, we are able to see that we have a kind of a mosaic of rocks, of different rocks, but in effect, they are relations in between these rocks. But these rocks are in the mountains, in the valleys, in the coastal areas, and in effect, we know that people that was born in the mountain and lives in the mountain are different from those that lives near the coastal areas or in the valleys. And the people that lives in granitic areas, for example, are different in their behaviors, and that from those people that live in extensive slate areas or sandstone areas. In effect, the rocks made or conditioned the soils conditioned all the biodiversity, including the man. So taking this into account, and we know that rocks unite us, and Professor Ian Stewart knows this very well, because in 2016 in English Riviera UNESCO Global Geopark, during the General Conference of UNESCO Global Geoparks, this was the motto: rocks united us. And in fact, taking this into account and considering the several aspects of the evolution of our planet, during two main events of the formation of mountains, during two orogenic events, the Caledonian Belt, the Caledonian event and the Arsenian event. These events put together rocks that today formed the Western Europe, from Ireland, from Great Britain and the Iberian Peninsula, and of course the regions of France. So taking these into account, we asked, why not to do a project when we apply to European Union funds, and we try to put together these histories that in fact differentiate us, are not only in the age of the man, when we have, for example, the Celtic traditions, but also with the geological history, and also with the the rocks. And the idea for this project, in fact, was this: rocks united us. And taking into consideration the fundamental features of any UNESCO global geopark, that we have the 4 essentials, the geological heritage of international value, the importance to have a management structure with ability to make interventions in the territory, the visibility, so the communication, the importance of the communication that Professor Ian Stewart already points out, and the networking. Networking is one of the most strong pillars of the geoparks that belongs to the global geoparks network. And in effect, taking this into account, we saw here a window of opportunity to create and to develop this project. So we decided to apply to the Interreg Atlantic area, and we apply with a project named Atlantic Geoparks. And one of our biggest proposal was to create an European Atlantic geotourism route. So the establishment of cooperation network often results not only in the generation of new knowledge, but also helps to stimulate and reinforce innovative attitudes towards the territories. And was taking this into account that we decided to apply this project. Well, in effect, when we look back, and if you remember the small movie in the beginning, in effect, the international chronostratigraphic chart is the synthesis of the history of our planet. And all these divisions were established taking into account the minerals in the rocks and the fossils preserved in the rocks, and the evolution of the life during the history of the Earth. So what in fact unites us, rocks, but essentially the Earth's history. So we put together 9 UNESCO global geoparks and 2 aspiring ones under the supervision and the leadership of the UNESCO Chair on Geoparks, Sustainable Regional Development and Healthy Lifestyles at the University of Trás-os-Montes e Alto Douro in the northern of Portugal. And from the oldest ones to the youngest, so we have Aroca UNESCO Global Geopark in Portugal with a multi-year place in history, when it's very famous for the giant trilobites, the Ordovician giant trilobites, but also from the rocks, the living stones, a very unique geological event, or the history of the tungsten mines that during the Second World War were exploited at the same time by Germans and the British in a very strange political situation, taking into account the fact that Portugal was not in the war. So during in this territory, it's possible to walking through landscapes and look to the past, discovering traditional villages, archaeological monuments, or even old mines, not only from the time of the Second World War, but since the time of the Romans, when the Romans exploited gold. And it's possible to see these geological occurrences, but also the local culture through, for example, a pathways network, when the Paiva Border Walk is the main or the most important infrastructure that since 2016 every year was awarded by the World Travel Award for the most important infrastructure for environmental tourism. More or less from the same time, in a different situation, like old islands in between the southernmost part of the Europe of nowadays and the other continent of Laurentia, Copper Coast UNESCO Global Geopark in Republic of Ireland. So a place when the mining heritage associated to sedimentary and volcanic rocks have aged from Ordovician, an ancient island arc volcanic system is represented in these rocks. The copper area was mined extensively during the 19th century, and which gives the area its name. And the Copper Coast icon is derived from the rescued remains of a mine complex on a high point of the cliffs. It's possible to visit the old copper mines and to see the ruins of this ancient mining activity that preserves the memories of the miners that works hardly in this, but at the same time opening windows to the history of the planet Earth. Or, for example, in England, the North Pennines area of outstanding natural beauty, UNESCO Global Geoparks, with a landscape made up of layers of fossil-rich limestone, shale and sandstones, and the glacial landforms and deposits from the last ice age. There, it's possible to see and to observe world-famous mineral veins which cut through the hills, and centuries of mining for lead ore or other minerals that left a legacy of settlements, shafts, and spoil heaps, and a miner-farmer landscape. But not only these. For example, it's possible to see parts of the Adrian Hall and the shafts of this mining history. This is very important, and this is the cultural complement of this historic history, the historic heritage. This is part one of other. So, following to Forest for UNESCO Global Geopark in Wales, that have the motto, a landscape sculpted by ice, then transformed by man. In fact, it's a fantastic landscape with different rock types and formed at different times in geological history, and suffered numerous ice age that sculpting the bedrock. And today it's a kind of open book to the old times, for example, to the Devonian times, and it's possible to see and to learn about the archaeology of the area, and where people lives there from at least 7,000 years. And during this time, they have brought about great changes to a wildland shaped by its geology. There, it's possible to find, for example, ruins of old castles. And, for example, imagine immediately to go back to the time, for example, to the legends of the King Arthur, or to appreciate the culture of carving trees in themes related with the local legends. Or the case of Marble Arch Caves, UNESCO Global Geoparks at Transborder. UNESCO Global Geopark, in fact, was the first in the world. And it's another kind of experience. It's possible to discover underground new world in beautiful caves, and especially in the Marble Arch, when it's possible to visit the cave by boat, in an extraordinary, outstanding landscape sculpted in Carboniferous limestones. This is so beautiful place, and with a very old culture, that today the ruins and the caves made or give the possibility to be known as the Game of the Thrones territory. So it's a place that have a spatial spatial composition, a spatial amount of histories, and the environment in the area that gives us, or that put us in the in Hollywood, if you want, in the necessity of the movies of in Hollywood. So another partner was Burren and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark in the western part of the Republic of Ireland, a local known as People, Place, Learning, Livelihood, with vast areas with the limestone pavement, with hundreds of kilometers of caves, and some Ice Age legacy. So there it's possible not only to observe these breathtaking cliffs, something very impressive, but also it's a home to a vast array of Arctic, alpine, and Mediterranean flowers that sit side by side in like a border in between these biodiversity. But it's a place when people since a long time lives together with rocks, or today the locals knows very well how to cultivate the better vegetables, how to find the best fish or seafood, and to create this connection with the in between the mankind and the geology. Other partner in this project was the Basque Coast UNESCO Global Geopark in Spain. So the Atlantic Coast Stone Storybook. In fact, it's a very impressive place when it's possible to read in the rocks, like in fact in a book, and see special chapters. Like, for example, these people in this picture, they are looking to a small layer that represents the moment when a meteorite crashes the Earth 65 million years ago and led to the extinction of a big amount of the biodiversity of these times, including dinosaurs. So the fleece succession, the karst landform are other important features of the geology of this area. And the pages of this history book were formed under the sea, and today, layer by layer, from a continuous book of more than 13 kilometers of cliffs, geologists can study the records of more than 60 million consecutive years of the Earth's history. But there, it's possible to find other aspects related with this. For example, the famous Spanish tapas, when in these areas are probably the most tasty in Spain and for sure in the world. For example, the promoting or other aspects, even despite protected already for UNESCO, the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. For example, in Albaola, when they are building the olden, keeping the old techniques for building boats for the fishing of cod in the Northern Sea and near Canada. sorry. The other geopark in this project.
2 minutes, Artur.
Yes.
There are 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. Okay. So the other was Lanzarote in the Canarian Islands, the island with the health store. More recently, when it is possible, not only to see the La Jeria vineyards or even to eat in El Diablo, the devil restaurant, when lava flow cooked the food, or in a source archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic, when we have one of the biggest mountains in the earth. Despite have only Pico Mountain, 2,400 meters high, we need to count more 5,000 meters to the bottom of the ocean, or the legends related to the lakes, or even to cook the stew of furnace when it's possible to eat the made by the volcano, or the traditions, religions, traditions related with those that never knows about earthquakes or volcanoes, so they pray to the Holy Ghost in order to help them. And two other territories, aspiring ones, one in Armorique in the north of France, when the traditions are very useful for educative or for geotourism purposes, and the valleys of Cantabria in the northern of Spain, with outstanding landscape and old relation with the presence of the man. I will pass in front. And our objective is to apply for a cultural route of the Council of Europe, because we know that UNESCO Global Geoparks uses its geological heritage in connection with all other aspects of the area's natural and cultural heritage. And this all together, we want to present this, and we already discussed this in the in two summer universities, summer courses related with this. The last one, webinar edition, that we have the pleasure to have Professor Nicholas Ors with us. And this is our main goal to this project, in order to create synergies with a focus on territorial dynamics and promotion, involving the territorial agents of development, facilitating national and international projection and recognition. And thank you for your attention, because as Ellen Keller said, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Artur, for your presentation. And now, in the remaining time, let me go to the last presentation, entitled Natural Heritage Management and Community Engagement in UNESCO Global Geoparks. As soon as my presentation will be shared, I will start. Thank you. Well, with different presentation in today's meeting, we had the opportunity to see different aspects related with natural heritage. We all know that we are in a very crucial point regarding the future of our planet. And this is the reason why UNESCO, in the case of the World Environmental Day, asked all of us to take action, to act for nature. Well, we all know that Earth heritage is an integral part of natural heritage, and it's very important to join the abiotic nature with biotic nature, and of course with living communities, as a way to safeguard all these elements for the generations to come. We do know that the World Heritage Convention that we celebrated 2 days ago, the 50th anniversary, was an important document in the international community working for the safeguarding of all these forms of nature. But unfortunately, till now, the abiotic nature was not so well represented in the frame of this international convention. Thus, in 1991, UNESCO organized a symposium on the conservation of geological heritage in France, where the International Declaration on the Rights of the Memory of the Earth was adopted. Based on that, in 2000, the European Geoparks Network was formed as an effort to safeguard the abiotic parts of our common heritage, of our European heritage. Nowadays, almost 20 years later, the European Geoparks Network that forms the areas recognized as UNESCO Global Geopark in Europe are 81 in 27 countries, starting from the Atlantic till the Urals. The Council of Europe adopted the recommendation in 2004 on the conservation of geological heritage and areas of special geological interest. And this helped significantly to the further improvement of the efforts to conserve geological heritage in Europe. In 2004, the Global Geoparks Network of UNESCO was formed, and in 2014, this network became, with its decision, became a UNESCO network that was adopted in the 38th General Conference of the organization, and the UNESCO Global Geoparks were created. Nowadays, we have 161 recognized UNESCO Global Geoparks in 44 countries, and the Sustainable Development Goals are the new challenges for this broad community, having as a main idea the holistic approach in protection, education, research, and sustainable development of areas which host abiotic nature, international geological sites of international significance. The geopark should have an operation, should not stand only on the legal implementation for the protection of nature, but they should implement this legislation and also the international conventions in the field. That's why they need a management body, staff, and adequate budget in order to proceed with their activities. The geopark resources are not just the heritage issue, where geoparks, as I said, have a holistic approach, putting at the same level abiotic nature, ecological resources, and cultural resources, but are based in local communities. The human capital is extremely important in order to implement the managerial, the managerial tasks for this heritage. They also adopt a bottom-up approach and the work for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The geoparks heritage include the landscapes and sites of aesthetic value, the geological heritage sites, rocks, fossils, and landforms, the areas of ecological value, and the cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible. So geoparks are hosting outstanding landscapes all around the globe, telling stories about the history of our planet, like these city dikes in Troodos Mountains, UNESCO Global Geopark in Cyprus, where we see these unique seated dikes and pillow lavas showing the reality of our oceanic crust. Geoparks also hold landmarks in Earth's history and life evolution, unique natural ecosystems from the conifer forest in Finland till the mangrove forest in Malaysia, the Andes, and of course important cultural heritage like the archaeological site of Paestum in Cilento and Vallo di Diano in Italy, or the Mongaok growths in Duhuan in China. Geoparks have this innovative concept for the protection, management, and promotion of geoparks heritage, using, of course, the local communities and engaging these local communities to achieve their goals. They work for geoconservation, nature conservation, and build community resilience on natural disasters and climate change. They also work on geoeducation, geotourism, and sustainable development. Some of the activities of these geoparks, how they manage and protect the abiotic nature, we can see some examples. This is a very famous site of dinosaurs, where an on-site museum has been built in Zigong. And of course, they work for the conservation of fossil sites. But they also work for the protection of biodiversity and restoration of ecosystem. Here in Adamello Brenta, UNESCO Global Geopark in Italy, we have the reintroduction of the brown bear. And in Sanin-Kaigan in Japan, there is a biological cultivation of rice that resulted in the reintroduction of oriental white stork. So we have a lot of activities towards that direction. The environmental education in geoparks help the local community to be engaged in all the efforts for the protection of our nature and culture. And the organization of youth camps in geoparks prepare the new generation. This is a multinational students camp organized in Moscow Arch UNESCO Global Geopark in Germany and Poland, with the participation of youths coming of all Europe, proud for their own areas and their own communities, and sharing and building together our common European future. But also university field courses are organized in geoparks, and here you can see China University of Geosciences camp in Lesbos UNESCO Global Geopark some years ago. Geoparks are also working for tourism as a tourism that creates visitors' experiences that allow them to share what we value most about our territory in such a way to preserve and protect the regions for the generations to come. And this is also the definition come from Aruca Declaration in 2011. Geoparks activities around geotourism involve local people, and in this way, they share the values that we have for our own territories. They organize interpretation, tours, guided walks, trekking, horse riding, cycling, a lot of activities that help both locals and visitors to share the important sites, natural sites and cultural elements that we have in our geoparks. And also outdoor activities that help the majority of people living in these areas to understand and share with visitors, and thus we contribute to the regeneration of the local economy in rural areas. These areas really help to value the heritage that we have in these geoparks. Even underwater activities like geosnorkeling, this is an example from Begua UNESCO Global Geopark in Italy. But in my opinion, the most important was the engagement with local community. Here we see an example from Araripe Geopark in Brazil, where we see local people and indigenous people involved in geopark activities for protection of nature and work towards the sustainable local development. The same for Germany, where we see local residents involved in geopark activities, sharing their heritage and in their park. And of course, through these activities, geoparks help the sustainable local development by the increase of visitors, creation of new infrastructure, and improving of accessibility to the heritage site, employment for young people, establishment of new tourism activities, promoting of local accommodation, enhancement of local products, and creation of women cooperatives supporting the women living in the rural areas. And thus, through all these activities, improve the living condition of the residents. Here are some examples of new enterprises created in geoparks. This is a young couple showing very proudly the label of their designation. And another one, geocooking, a geothermal field in Azores, geopark, or local food preparation by women cooperatives in Lesbos geopark. Agrotourism festival are also helping the people to understand the value of these products and the produced in these protected areas. Geopark networking is extremely important in geoparks because help all of us to share this experience, communicate with each other, and learn from the experiences of the others. I think that the most important thing is that all this, and this is the motto of our geoparks network, geoparks are not just about the rocks, are mainly about supporting local communities to survive and overpass difficulties, and in this way being safeguarding our heritage resources. In the era of COVID, geoparks are keeping active their links to their local communities, supporting them to overpass the difficulties and building together a better future. With these words, I would like to thank you for your attention and for your participation in this first session of our colloquium. Next will be a short break, and at 12:30, we're going to meet all together for the second session, and I'm going to give the floor to my colleague Dimitris Amanouloudis, who is going to coordinate this second session of our colloquium. Thank you very much, and a small break to rest a little and come together for the continuation.
Dear participants and dear colleagues, we are ready now to start the second session. The second session has the general title Grasping Change, and the first presentation entitled Digital Cultural Heritage and Climate Change, and is going to be presented by Professor Marinos Ioannidis, who is Director of UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage from Cyprus University of Technology. Professor Ioannidis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to use my camera now and share my screen. You give me just a second, please. Here we are. Do you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Just a second. Yes, now?
Yes, now. It's okay. Excellent. It's okay. Yeah, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be with you. And thank you very much for the invitation.
We have some problem with the sound.
Do you hear me now? Can you see?
Yes. Now, yes. Now, yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
There are constructions in this area here, and I don't know. So thank you very much. And I would like to start, because this what I will present to you, it is related to the name of our UNESCO chair. I will start with the definition of that. Our name is very old, it's 2,500 years old. It's Mnemosine. And it was an ancient Greek goddess and the mother of course, the Muses, the 9 ladies who were in charge to preserve, to keep alive the memory of the ancient Greeks. These ladies had a special place, a special temple where the ancient Greeks went to preserve their memories. And that was, the name of that temple was Museum. And that's how the word also museum is still preserved up to now. And today we give the definition of a museum as the place of knowledge, the space of knowledge. So, but what we are doing actually within this UNESCO chair, we exist since 2013, and we are collecting the memory of Cyprus. Under the slogan, behind us is the memory of our presence, in front of us are the eyes of our children. So if I will go now to the next one, the first time when what? When a special person in history, because the event is organized in Athens, is the Greek presidency. So I wanted to focus on that.
You are not sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry, because I thought that it is shared my screen. Sorry. There is a technical problem. Sorry about that.
I did interrupt you because I thought that as a start, you have to say something without showing something.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Is it now okay? Can you see my content? Okay.
Yes, now it's okay.
So now let's go. The first time when it was mentioned, let's say, in human history, preservation. It was a gentleman who was a philosopher. He was an academician. He was in Athens,
and he wrote some 13 books, but it is all about his last book, the 13th book, where he's giving or describing a dialogue among two persons, an old Egyptian priest and a Greek guy named Solon. And there is where the book is the Timotheus book. So now, and there is where the priest is saying criticizing the Greeks that they don't undertake any measures to preserve their knowledge, their memories, their stories. And why? Because climate change, and you see here, fire and water is destroying them. And it is amazing because if we follow now this dialogue in the next pages, then we will see exactly what it is all about. The memorials which your own and other nations have once had of the famous actions of mankind passed away in the waters at certain periods. The flood, yeah? And the rude survivors in the mountains, because the people had to escape and they went up to the mountains. Begin again, knowing nothing from the world before the flood. And it is amazing because he is comparing also this God the Greeks haven't done with this God the Egyptians did. In Egypt, he mentioned, they register all this in their temples. Yeah, it is very, very important in their temples, in their archives. So preservation of the memory. The memory of them, and it's concluding here in red, the memory of them was lost because there was no written voice among you. And it is a pity, for in the times before the great wars and flood, Athens was the greatest and best of cities and did the noblest deeds and had the best constitution of any under the face of heaven. This is a constructive criticism, and this is related to the climate change. And this is related to all this, what the humans not undertaking to save, to protect, to preserve. But now, we are on the ground of the European Union. We are the Council of Europe, the UN, the Cultural Heritage, the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union. I'm going to the Article 167. Of course, in the Article 3, it's clearly stated, we are the European Union. We are united in diversity because we have something common, and that's our culture. Article 167, I want to go more specifically in detail, just to summarize all this, what the previous speakers actually mentioned, because it is extremely very important. So we have such a unique and diverse culture, and we need to cooperate all together, undertake all the different measures to preserve this knowledge and disseminate for the cultures and the history of European peoples. That's extremely very important. Conservation, we need to undertake conservation and safeguarding of cultural heritage of European significance, which is related also to this, what we discussed earlier with the geoparks, but of course, the World Heritage Sites. UNESCO is saying it represents a universal and outstanding value, which is for everybody, not only the Europeans. Non-commercial cultural exchanges, artistic and literary creation, including in the audiovisual sector. And here is where you see the tangible and the intangible all together. And then, of course, the cooperation, yeah? And at the end, by taking into account all the principles and respect and promote the diversity of our cultures. But let's see it from that point of view. If you view Europe's cultural heritage as the world's most diverse and rich patrimony, it attracts millions of visitors. That's and now I'm talking as a Cypriot, where, you know, tourism is one of our first incomes. And this year, because of the pandemic, you know, we went out of money. Imagine that in Germany, the heavy industry stops working. What is going to happen with the German economy? This heritage is an important component of the individual and collective identity of member states. And of course, the tangible and intangible, as I mentioned earlier. I prepared a small video here, or actually I took it from the Creative Europe, where it shows the importance of cultural heritage here in Europe. It is one of the biggest parts worldwide. Now, and I'm focusing and I'm going to Cyprus. In the area which was mentioned from the previous colleague, the Geopark, yeah? This is a monument. No, this is a building. In 1909, 111 years ago, the photo is the first time when the photographer appeared there. And it is in the mountain region. But it is a monument. And the monument is a 3D structure, and the story and the memory, of course. And it is the tangible and intangible. And if we merge them together, link them, then we have the story, the memory, the cultural heritage, yeah? And that's the monument today. This is, of course, the interior. From outside, it was not possible to see the so-called universal and outstanding value of that monument. And the intangible, which is hidden in the frescoes, and of course, the priest. And this monument is 1,000 years old object, which we would like to bring to talk, to tell us all whatever the building went through, earthquakes, fires, and so on and so on. So in which way? By using the power of the ICT today at the beginning of the 21st century. That's the reason why we have also the UNESCO chair. And I prepared a small video here for you just to see it, to get an idea where we are. As I mentioned to you, we are the borderline of the Geopark or UNESCO Geopark in Cyprus. The monument as it was on that time, the renovations, but the renovations according to the tradition and not the renovations, modern renovations. And then now here, the use of latest technologies for the reconstruction of the 3D structure of the monument as such, yeah? And I'm not talking about the memory. The memory is coming later, and you see it here. And then if we talk about reconstructing the past, but it's in the holistic approach. Holistic approach means we take into account the tangible and the intangible. And if we say that one of us is an archaeologist, then an archaeologist needs the drawings. So it's according to the needs of the users, the archaeologists, the architects, the civil engineers, the chemical engineers, and so on and so on. And the building, the monument has a story. And here the biggest challenge is, how do you transfer this story, this memory, and I heard earlier, the identity to those to whom it belongs, to the schools, to the kids, and all this. And as a time machine, for example, yeah, which is a very, it's extremely important. And now, when during the pandemic, when tourists are not here, how can we prepare the content in such a way so that the content is going to the people and not at the moment when the people cannot come to the content, to the monument as such. Having said that, this is the first monument fully digitized, well documented, and harvested in Europeana as a 3D object in the form of a building information management. And because it's a heritage building information management system and available. And of course here, when you are coming to the virtual space, then who is welcoming you? It's an avatar, but it is the priest, is the owner, is actually the person in charge of the place, is welcoming you and explaining in the way as if the monument talks, yeah, and explains exactly the story and the experience of this what the monument went through. So that was one example. I want to keep it short here. Want just only to show to you, this is the ebook, an electronic book prepared for the kids, for the schools. So the monument is going also to the school, not only to the tourists. And if we want to see how the computer is managing all this information, yeah, this is because of the detailed metadata or paradata available, the semantic information which is behind. And here is the case when an architect is visiting virtually the monument and gets online the different type of information. But we mentioned geopark, we mentioned earthquakes, and here is where the monument is talking about the structure, yeah? It's a handmade documentation, handmade constructed monument. And now, if we move out of the monument as such and go to the object which belongs sometimes to the places, to the sites, and see an example, a very famous one example from Athens again. This is in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. It's a very famous, one of the most complex and most famous objects in the world. I will mention that to you at the end. This is the artifact at the same age when the first photographer visited the monument on the Troodos Geopark in Cyprus. The artifact in 1909. And then here a closer look. Here an inside look, the monument from inside, the outstanding and universal value. Here again, the object from the inside, the hidden, and here the reverse engineered and fully constructed and most complex ever founded mechanism in the world, the so-called Antikythera mechanism, the oldest analog computer of the world. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the genius engineering, and imagine just only for you to be in that workshop, to have drawings in front of you and this very complex mathematical model, how they managed to bring it together. Nevertheless, if we move out now from Cyprus and Greece and go to a different continent on the other side of the globus, then we say we want to document holistically and then learn from this what our grandfathers managed to bring on earth and together and so on. Then you will see here constructions from which actually we learned a lot. And again, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, outstanding and universal value. As UNESCO chair, we are always asking ourselves, how can we define digitally? How can we document digitally the outstanding and universal value of this, what it's currently exists? If we
Professor Ioannidis, 2 minutes left, please.
Yes, I'm coming to an end. I have only another 2 examples and I'm coming to the end. Another one, very genius and nice example. You see here, 3,880 to 2,500 BC. It's amazing, Neolithic monument. And if we see all this and we take into account just only documenting the knowledge of the past, It is amazing. And because you mentioned earlier also boats, I brought this example here too, to show to you. Of course, the presentation can be available for everybody later. You can have it even in original and go through. And the last one example, which is, again, a unique example of how the power of ICT can document and help and support for the conservation and preservation of the past and the knowledge. And I saw the image earlier. I wanted to present it in a totally different way. You see here, even the digital cultural heritage is contributing to the biosphere, to the society, and to the economy. Thank you very much. That was my last slide.
Thank you very much, Professor Ioannidis, for this very interesting and different presentation and for your contribution to this colloquium. The second one presentation entitled The Role of Education in Protecting Cultural Heritage from Climate Change, and is going to be presented by Associate Professor Emanuela Dousis and Assistant Professor Antonia Zervaki as well, from UNESCO Chair on Climate Diplomacy for National Kapodistrian University of Athens. I suppose that first in order is Associate Professor Emanuela Dousis. So Emanuela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to participate in this event and share my thoughts on the role of education in protecting cultural heritage from climate change with such a distinguished audience. I will start with some preliminary remarks on the nexus between, excuse me, I think we still see, yeah.
Professor,
anyway, in any case, I don't have
to cancel first. Professor Ioannidis?
Sorry.
Okay. Now, Emanuela.
Thank you. So I will start with some preliminary remarks on the nexus between cultural heritage and climate change and the potential of the current international legal framework to effectively address this issue, as well as the need to develop synergies with other policy domains such as education. My colleague Antonia Zervaki will then highlight the main policy challenges, and we will conclude with some thoughts on possible ways forward. Allow me very briefly to start by drawing the bigger picture on the nexus between cultural heritage and climate change. Why should we care about this issue? Because climate change is a growing threat to cultural heritage in Europe and elsewhere, both in its tangible features, such as the destruction or erosion of monuments, archaeological sites, historical sites, libraries, and its intangible manifestations, such as oral traditions, social practices, or traditional practices, such as the ones mentioned by Professor Scoullos this morning in his presentation. Climate change is likely to affect cultural diversity.
Manuela, in case that you'd like to share your screen.
No,
yes.
I don't have a PowerPoint.
Okay.
So climate change is likely to affect cultural diversity and socio-cultural interactions by forcing communities, especially indigenous ones, change their work habits and ways of life, compete for resources, or even to migrate elsewhere due to the different types of climate-driven disasters such as floods, strong storms, heat waves, drought, sea level rise. Thus, cultural heritage is one of the main issues that policymakers will have to face when addressing climate change. It is true that climate policies are different in 2020 after the Paris Agreement and the publication of the 5th assessment report of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in 2015, which for the first time mentioned the need to take care of cultural heritage. Although the Paris Agreement does not contain direct provisions considering the nexus between cultural heritage and climate change, this nexus is nevertheless addressed indirectly both through the mitigation obligations concerning the reduction of emissions that benefits to the protection of cultural heritage, and most importantly, the obligations to adopt national adaptation strategies. Through these strategies, countries may address the urgency to take necessary actions towards building an effective and efficient capacity so as to tackle the impacts of climate change to cultural heritage. With the right kind of adaptation, countries can reduce their vulnerability to impacts of sudden events and manage the evolution of slow onset degradation, including adverse consequences on cultural heritage. However, only sporadic attempts to integrate cultural heritage into national adaptation plans have been made so far. Attempts to improve international capacity to deal with cultural heritage at risk from climate change have been made in the context of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, with the publication of reports on the impact of climate change on world heritage, as well as a strategy to assist state parties to the 1972 World Heritage Convention to implement appropriate management responses. However, these guidelines concern only the World Heritage properties and do not cover other aspects of cultural heritage, both tangible, such as monuments and sites not included in the World Heritage List, and intangible, for example, knowledge and practices concerning nature. It should be mentioned that the Council of Europe has also adopted important recommendations with guidelines on identifying cultural heritage items at risk from climate change and building capacities to manage climate change impacts. Nevertheless, these recommendations haven't been assorted with monitoring mechanisms to ensure their implementation. Therefore, further steps are needed to improve international and national capacity in dealing with the nexus between climate change and cultural heritage. So the question that arises is, what policy approaches can be formulated to deal with this challenge? Potential progress can be distributed among two distinct fronts. The first is the political front. A better conceptual understanding of what needs protection deriving from more robust data and evidence will open the way to develop appropriate policy responses. When we refer to the impacts of climate change to cultural heritage, do we mean to include impacts on both tangible and intangible features? A great level of consensus on these issues will help to build policy consensus over time and set out priority areas as well as recommendations for future work. Another concern is to identify the best forum internationally to be tasked with developing policy responses in order to prevent, minimize, and address the impacts of climate change to cultural heritage, or even to register cultural heritage at risk from climate change. Existing institutions currently charged with addressing climate change issues are already overstretched and often resist any further expansion of their mandate. The Greek government recently proposed the creation of a high-level panel to address climate change impacts on cultural heritage as a follow-up of an important initiative, a very important initiative launched at the UN Climate Summit in 2019, an initiative supported so far by more than 70 states and in several international organizations. A backup option would be the establishment of a task force on the impacts of climate change to cultural heritage under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This task force would provide a venue and, in my opinion, a more permanent platform in which engaged actors can be part of shaping the future approach on the issue and build synergies with other related fora, such as the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, the Council of Europe, and the European Union. What is important is to clarify from the very beginning the operational role of such a mechanism that should not be limited to recommendations or technical assistance, but would also include monitoring mechanisms to ensure implementation. Another approach is to develop synergies with other policy domains, education, for example. On this subject, allow me to convey the message of the young generation on the role of education in protecting cultural heritage at risk from climate change. Their voice has been heard during a virtual simulation organized in October 22 and 23 by our UNESCO Chair on Climate Diplomacy in collaboration with the Greek Ministry of Education and under the auspices of the Greek Presidency of the Council of Europe. For 2 days, a diverse group of 50 students originating from different fields of studies and disciplines, as well as different Council of Europe member states, assumed the role of Ministers of Education of the Council of Europe member states and those with observer status. The students deliberated on the expected policy responses concerning the development of a comprehensive educational policy approach to the cultural heritage and climate change nexus. The outcome of these debates has been summarized in a declaration and a detailed action plan, both adopted unanimously, which I had the honor to present at the Real Committee of Ministers of Education of the Council of Europe, which met in October 29 virtually. The declaration contains very, very interesting suggestions on 4 main issues. First, the evolution of educational curricula in all levels of education, aiming to expand knowledge and raise awareness on the nexus between climate change and cultural heritage. Second, the challenges education should meet in terms of democratic culture and human rights. For instance, the declaration proposes the development of a pan-European schools network through which schools in different member states of the Council of Europe could communicate and exchange best practices, as well as co-organize events that promote participatory governance and respect of human rights under the light of climate change impacts on cultural heritage. Third, the role of digital technologies in this context. And fourth, the development of synergies between the Council of Europe and the European Union, particularly the establishment of a joint action focusing on assessing and recording real-time cultural heritage vulnerability to climate change so as to be used in education and decision-making. It is worth noticing that the students had a lengthy discussion on the issue of adopting a concrete legal framework on protection of cultural rights under the light of new challenges, including climate change and the role of education towards the same. They suggested that this could be achieved either by the adoption of an ad hoc instrument on this issue, or, why not, by the adoption of a new protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights. This simulation was a good practice, not only for understanding how the Council of Europe actually works in practice, but also for providing a useful exercise for the development of realistic and cooperative proposals for the protection of cultural heritage at risk from climate change from the ground up. I will now give the floor to my colleague, Antonia Zervaki, to highlight the possible ways forward on the role of education in protecting cultural heritage from climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Manuela. Professor Zervaki.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers for their very interesting and intriguing presentations. I will try to briefly address 2 questions. The first one has to do with the education, climate change and cultural heritage nexus, and to what extent this has been incorporated in the different thematic domains of UNESCO Convention's governance system. It is true that the promotion of education, training, and public awareness related to climate change is one of the commitments of the UN Framework Climate Change Convention, while the Paris Agreement affirms the importance of education, training, public awareness, public participation on the matters addressed by it. However, as Emanuela Dousis mentioned, no explicit reference to cultural heritage is made. but the use of traditional knowledge in climate change adaptation, especially adaptation strategies and policies, is acknowledged. On the other hand, UNESCO Cultural Heritage Conventions, the mechanism established by these conventions, some of them adopted before the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and all of them adopted before the Paris Agreement, have also reiterated in different ways, of course, the role of education as an important tool for understanding and addressing the threats and impacts of climate change on cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible. In terms of the 1972 World Heritage Convention, the text of the convention provides for educational and information programs, among others, for issues related to the dangers threatening World Heritage sites. The role of education in this cultural regime, however, is mainly restricted to World Heritage management aspects, focusing on capacity building of decision makers and site managers. This is also evident in the 2006 World Heritage Committee strategy to assist state parties to implement appropriate management responses, as well as the committee's operational guidelines, with the exception of the guidelines for technical assistance applications. As far as the 2003 Intangible Cultural Heritage Regime, formal and non-formal education is crucial for the enhancement of intangible heritage itself. But when it comes to relating intangible cultural heritage to climate change, its effects on the natural and the cultural environment and the communities concerned, it's an issue that is not addressed systematically, although traditional knowledge may be used as the basis for adaptive strategies that can easily be implemented at the local level. So education in the climate change and cultural heritage institutional saga seems to be linked at the best case on a case-by-case basis, but in a totally fragmented manner, both in terms of cultural heritage perception, as well as in terms of the linkage of different cultural manifestations to climate change. Moreover, given the primary concern of the climate change regime, that is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, the manifestations of cultural heritage that are not directly linked to the same may seem marginalized in the ongoing climate change discussions, as well as in the educational process. And this brings us to the second question. What should be done in terms of policy measures? Undoubtedly, we need a comprehensive approach to education focused on the climate change cultural heritage nexus. Comprehensive in terms of its scope, it should concern both tangible and intangible heritage, as well as more practical issues, as for example, their role or their position in mitigation and adaptation efforts. Last but not least, a comprehensive educational approach should be drawn from the existing experience of UNESCO policy strategies and programs. For example, the UNESCO World Heritage Education Program, or the Education 2030 Initiative, or the declaration and the framework of action adopted in 2015 vis-a-vis fostering sustainable development goal 4. Secondly, we should focus on the introduction of interdisciplinary educational curricula, drawing from natural and physical sciences, humanities, social sciences, etc. These curricula may combine common principles, for example, the promotion of sustainable development, but they should be designed considering the regional and local cultural and environmental realities and diversity. For example, the incorporation in the curricula of traditional knowledge related to natural resources management. Thirdly, what we consider as a good idea is the promotion of new educational and professional orientations by linking existing educational programs to best practices in the domain of cultural heritage and climate change issues. creating the prospects to develop creative communities and hubs based on an enlarged creative approach based not only on talent, tolerance, and technology, but also cultural sustainability.
Professor, there were 2 minutes more.
Yes. Explore the capacities of digital technologies. I will not elaborate further. But mostly importantly, in terms of the development of civic competencies, a comprehensive educational strategy should aim at developing a participatory culture in cultural heritage management under the light of climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. Cultural ownership should be transformed into agency and active participation in cultural heritage management and climate change responses. Material, physical impacts of climate change may be easier to predict and to one extent address. However, we should bear in mind that significant attributes of cultural heritage, such as cultural memory, transformation of communities, and changes of livelihoods, are more complex situations that need to be addressed as well. It should be mentioned that several communities are facing the relocation scenario, and the phenomenon of eco-diasporas is already here. Well-informed citizens will contribute to sound decision-making, not only in terms of climate change mitigation or adaptation, but also when the situation is irreversible. And this brings us to the core issue, and I'm closing with that, of addressing human rights challenges in the domain of cultural heritage and climate change nexus, especially as far intergenerational rights and cultural diversity issues related to sustainability and climate change management are concerned. Human rights threats unfold at 3 levels. First of all, climate change undermines individual and collective rights to material cultural resources, but also to natural resources related to traditional knowledge and skills, social practices, and cultural identity and resilience. Secondly, climate change undermines more traditional dimensions of human security, such as the creation of frictions among states due to the scarcity of natural resources and humanitarian crisis due to migration, poverty, and regional tensions, also having a significant impact on cultural heritage. And thirdly, an issue that is more difficult to accommodate, mitigation and adaptation measures may also have adversely impacts on the enjoyment of human rights in the cultural domain, including massive resettlement plans, reductions in social policy measures, and alteration of traditional agricultural methods for the sake of biofuels production, for example. I leave more room for the conversation later. I would like to thank you for sharing my thoughts with you.
Thank you very much, both professors, Emanuela and Adonia, for their contribution. And now, the third and last presentation of this session, entitled The Contribution of Information Technologies to the Protection of World Cultural and Natural Heritage Monuments, the case of ancient Philippi, Greece. This presentation is going to be presented by Dr. Kalliopi Kravari, from UNESCO Chair on Conservation and Ecotourism of Riparian and Deltaic Ecosystems from International Hellenic University. Are you ready, Kalliopi?
Of course, thank you.
It
is an honor to be here with you. So let me share my screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see it, I guess? Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, let me begin my presentation. There is a need for protection. Natural and man-made disasters, as well industrial accidents, are increasingly occur on the planet, often with hundreds of human victims and devastating consequences, affecting urban centers, indoor settlements, infrastructures, and among others, monuments of nature and cultural monuments and sites, which are included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Especially the second category of the monuments, those of culture, due to their centennial or even millennial existence, and therefore their bigger structural vulnerability, are at risk of extinction, even after a natural or human-induced disaster of moderate intensity. The issue of dangers to the World Heritage Sites from natural and human-induced factors has concerned UNESCO, and in particular the World Heritage Center, for several years. To this end, a multi-page manual guide was drawn with the help of experts. Natural disasters, their special characteristics, their effects on cultural sites and humans were mentioned and listed there. In this manual guide, and of course in the accompanying technical reports, certain techniques and methods of protecting the management and treatment of these phenomena are provided briefly and with examples. Of course, it is a fact extremely useful for the management of these areas. However, even to this day, these methods are mainly based on traditional techniques, historical information, or dubious measurements. The purpose of this work is to enrich the methods and techniques proposed in UNESCO booklets that have been implemented by the World Heritage Center, and of course, as it has been mentioned, are extremely useful tools, with methods and techniques that arise from the help of information technologies, such as augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and of course, the Internet of Things. Let's take a look at the augmented and virtual reality. The following cases are some approaches implemented by ITMA Lab of the International Hellenic University in cooperation with the UNESCO Connect in order to educate, demonstrate, or raise awareness among students or general population for World Heritage areas. The first project was implemented as a virtual school. This project allowed the students to design their own school models, helping them to understand better how they should react to a potential threat, such as an earthquake. This application had the objectives of the use of augmented and mixed reality experiences. It intended to raise student awareness on natural disaster management and, of course, to make use of high-end technology to achieve those goals. Recognizing good practices to deal with natural disasters, this application led us to think about how to use it for museums and archaeological sites, starting from the area of Philippines. Indeed, a virtual reality application was implemented for ancient Philippines, and thus an augmented reality tour was available. The Karma approach provided more on that direction by using augmented reality in order to inform visitors of a museum or an open space for their location and optimum exploration paths or evacuation paths. Let's take a look at an example there. The information on the screen will be specific to the user's location. After scanning a trigger image, the evacuation plan will appear. Thus, the people know what to do and how to evacuate the building, if necessary, of course. The growth of the Internet of Things, on the other hand, and its potential to change our daily life made us think how we can use it to help and save monuments. The Internet of Things is a world where everyone and everything called things will be connected. It is an open and distributed network with enormous heterogeneity of things that are able to make decisions and communicate. The IoT relevant technology is still evolving. Today, the Internet of Things mostly sends data up towards the cloud for processing. However, in the Internet of Things of tomorrow, as software and hardware continues to evolve, some processes may be brought back to the devices. Value between devices and across industries could be uncovered using technologies such as the intelligent agents, which are able to add autonomy, context awareness, and intelligence to any case of applications. UNESCO classifications reveal relationships of hazards. The IoT could deal with the various challenges based on these categories. Of course, an all-in-all approach could also be possible, though it would be a large-scale case. I don't think technologies cannot, of course, stop disasters from happening, but they can be very useful for disaster preparedness and response. The smart world paradigm has a lot of cases already studied, so we can use a lot of them, such as application and smart devices from daily life to help monitoring and management different monuments, of course, even if they are in danger or more or less. Meteorological or hydrological hazards are some of the most common cases. For instance, natural weather events like forest fires or earthquakes can happen at any time. Usually, the Internet of Things monitors natural weather events and notify about critical safety information during and after a natural weather event occurs. For instance, a proper application could track how quickly a forest fire is spreading. Of course, we can use IoT to forecast, but we have to deal with these issues, and so we have to go beyond that, beyond monitoring. Pollution is another case, but could affect even harbor seawaters and ecosystems, which makes extremely important to have a constant and reliable monitoring of the waters. Lightweighted RAV equipped with sensors and smart monitoring platforms, combined engineering with artificial intelligence could help at that case. The question is, can IoT predict natural disasters? It could be, but we should have at least an early warning system containing risk knowledge, monitoring, warning communication, and response capabilities. Of course, there are a lot of other hazards, like mass movement, seismic or volcanic hazards. IoT can help there too. Low-power wide area networks are capable of handling physical and chemical changes, making it possible to forecast where and when an eruption could take place. Our proposal aims at a novel index and IT booklet combination that will enable a holistic approach. The proposed index is something different from ICOMOS Google platform, where 5 heritage sites were presented and their risks and dangers were measured, monitored, and analyzed. The proposed by us index is much more broader, with a universal character, aiming to include all monuments, but of course, due to the huge information size, with a brief format. In this effort, there will be aid from local national-wide committees of each country whose monuments shall be included in this index. These committees will co-assist the work of the scientific experts of the church by providing information and measurements available to each of these countries regarding the dangers and the corresponding sites. All the above, of course, are in absolute accordance with guidelines of policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties after the relevant consultation on January 2020. In a second booklet, specific guidelines for the protection of the monuments and the visitors on a global level based on the new technologies could be provided. Such guidelines were presented beforehand and reference the classification of the previously mentioned index. So for each monument, the instructions would focus on the handling of the specific threats which are more possible to occur. A pilot study with comments from our country for the 15 cultural sites, since only recently a full and complete structural integrity study on the Acropolis was submitted by CHEMEA, and for the 2 ones of mixed interest. This proposal seems to appear similarities with the LIFE IP project that has been announced 2 years ago by the Ministry of Environment, but in fact it is different. In LIFE IP project, 5 of the total 18 Greek heritage sites were investigated and only in relevance with the factors that affected climate change. The chairs of the UNESCO in Greece could fully meet the demands of such a challenge, in our opinion. Now, let's take a look at our pilot study. The ancient city of Philippi is the 16th and, chronologically speaking, the last monument of Greece that was included in this list of UNESCO. In our opinion, this monument is significantly endangered neither by common natural disasters such as fire or earthquake, nor by atmospheric pollution or other major pollutants. However, it is at risk because of a particular phenomenon of the flooding of the marshlands of Philippi, which are located both all around and just a few hundred meters away. This flooding is periodical, every winter actually, while during the summer there is a total drought of marshlands. The phenomenon of the constant rising and lowering of the surface water body for ongoing years with a particular increasing rate during the last decades is quite possible to lead to the activation of the subsurface soil water kept circumferentially the ancient town, thus to the peril of the overall geostationary balance of the area with numerous replications of ancient settlement. Consequently, all year round are essential thorough measurements of several soil and climate parameters, as well as soil and subsoil detailed factors. The development of these measurements and their progress determines the existence or its lack of direct danger, the course of the works for protection, even the way visitors may affect the area, especially when there is a load of 5,000 to 6,000 people with vehicles nearby due to ancient theatre performances. Philippi case study leads to the obvious as well useful inference that all the natural and human-induced dangers do not appear in the same extent of threat for every UNESCO natural or cultural monument. So, in our case, the ancient town does not seem to be threatened by an extended forest fire or air pollution. On the contrary, ancient Olympia is clearly threatened by an extended and uncontrollable forest fire, while the Acropolis in Athens faces problems with air pollution. This variety in threats at each monument reveals the necessity of the proposed index, where the risks will be classified and prioritized, customizing the protection actions. Our proposal consists of three-step index approach. The first step refers to the study of the monument itself. The second step is related to the augmented and virtual reality, while the third step refers to artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. A closer look here could reveal the responsibilities of each step. The first step will provide the index, while the other two will provide the second booklet. The study of the monument, step 1, will be responsible for the characteristics of the site, such as the marshlands, and the potential types of hazards, such as the flooding. The second step will reproduce the site using augmented reality. This step will be responsible for demonstrating risky locations, for providing awareness to public or visitors, and of course, it will be responsible for providing guidelines for emergency cases, such as the evacuation of the site. Moving to the third step, the Internet of Things will be responsible for the monitoring and management of the site, while the artificial intelligence techniques will support collaboration and response. This step will be responsible for all the necessary IoT equipment, such as the needed sensors. It will be responsible for collecting and reasoning on data. The smart real-time control application will be designed and implemented there. And of course, the AI techniques for all stakeholders will be studied. All in all, you can say that this part has 4 or even 5 parts. The first one is the hazard analysis. The second is the risk analysis. A preparedness session follows, whereas response will be the next module. If there is an opportunity for recovery, a recovery module will also be included. As far as it concerns the hazard analysis, this part will be responsible for sensors, devices, computer vision, gateways that will enable devices to communicate, whereas the risk analysis module will be responsible for the analysis, the algorithms, the big data techniques, the cloud services, whatever it is possible to be used for analysis there. Next, the preparedness module will be responsible for the monitoring. It will provide the proper API and, of course, all the learning techniques. Machine learning, deep learning, and any other fast learning technique will be included there. The last step here is the response. So this module will include the decision making and all the automation, connected vehicles, connected infrastructure, robotics will be there. Here you have the scenario snapshot that includes energy management. One night, the risk analysis module upgrades risk to level 3. The preparedness module monitors the situation, analyzing incoming data, proposes possible response scenarios. For instance, it demands vehicle charging at night in order to be ready. So it sends automated requests to vehicles and charging stations or buildings. Later that night, the risk level is upgraded to 4, the alarm level. So the response module supports the decision-making, proceeds with automated actions, and supports all stakeholders, such as the fire station. The upper goal here is to use artificial intelligence in order to save the monument, as we use augmented reality to save lives.
Copy 2 minutes more.
Excuse me?
2 minutes more, please.
I know. I'm ready. From the above presented text, we hope that can be easily understood the use and the role of new technologies, especially the ones of informatics, the protection of port heritage sites from natural and man-made risks. We believe that with their help, we could remarkably facilitate and strengthen the purpose of port heritage sites protection from tangible risks. Thus, in this case, science helps us, the global community, walking towards the right direction. But from the other hand, cultural World Heritage sites are endangered by intangible risks as well. The case of Hagia Sophia is recent and characteristic. In that case, we will help the global community to take the right path in order to preclude in the future actions like the one that affected the character of one of the most impressive temples of the world. Scattered voices probably could awaken minds. The word of Mr. Miltiadis Varvitsiotis, the alternative Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece at the opening of this colloquium, was towards that direction too. An official letter has also been sent by our chair last summer, addressed to other chairs globally regarding Hagia Sophia, and where we have asked from our colleagues to condemn these actions, received remarkable acceptance and comments. Nevertheless, we believe that a broad global reaction is needed in purpose where an intangible risk appears from wherever this is coming.
Thank you very much, Kalliopi, for your contribution. This is the end of the second session, and now there is a limited time for a short interval. And after that, we will continue with the third one session that will be coordinated by my friend and colleague, Professor Michael Scoullos. I hope that 10 minutes is enough time. What do you think, Nikolaos?
I think we should proceed in 10 minutes with the third session.
Okay, please join us again in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have with us Dr. Funda?
Yes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Funda is from the UNESCO Chair on Natural Hazards in the Geosphere, the Hydrosphere and the Atmosphere. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be part of this interesting event. I have seen all these interesting presentations and amazing pictures from national geoparks and the geoparks worldwide. I will try to share my screen. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a researcher at the National Observatory of Athens in Greece, which is the host institute of the UNESCO Chair on Natural Hazards in the Geosphere, the Hydrosphere, and the Atmosphere. Natural hazards lately are very closely related to the impacts and implications of climatic change. And according to the UNESCO, climate change is becoming one of the biggest risks to the World Heritage Sites in the whole world. Today, there is strong evidence of threat to cultural heritage, which is not only buildings, but also natural landscapes. And this is for many reasons, as for instance, due to sea level rise and coastal loss. Actually, Antarctica lost a total of 2.7 trillion metric tons of ice since the early 19th. And half of these losses came in the past 5 years. Also, there is increase in storms, gales, floods, and erosion, which put at risk natural heritage landscapes. And of course, increased temperature and increased fire risk. This is from a recent fire in the archaeological site of Meissen. Maybe the extreme weather is the most direct manifestation of climate change, and it is more easily perceived than any other change in the mean values of climatic variables. So we have seen, observed, and also projected changes in extreme weather in terms of their intensity and frequency, but also in their geographical distribution. And here are the catastrophic, the catastrophic impact of extreme weather, extreme rainfall, and floods in a traditional bridge in Greece. Climate change impacts cultural heritage in many ways, direct and indirect. For instance, direct about the changes and the destroying of building envelopes through changes in meteorological variables like temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, wind driven rain, solar radiation, sea level rise, landslide, etc. But also the interior of the buildings from changing in indoor conditions of the buildings. But also there are indirect impacts, as for instance, restrictions of the budget in the public sector, scarcity of resources, financial crisis, and others, or also the stabilization of political systems and societies, demographic changes, change of interest, lack of visitors. Other are destruction, abandoning of land, danger of landslides. And there is an increased vulnerability of monuments in urban areas. Why? This is because, of course, of air pollution, but also deterioration of the visual air quality. We refer to the visibility, which actually is a measure of the visual air quality. This is a very basic component of the natural landscape of an area, and of course of monuments landscape in urban areas. For instance, we have seen from a study at the National Observatory of Athens that in Athens, visibility exceeded 10 kilometers at a percentage of about 70% before the 70s, but this percentage dropped to just 15% afterwards. So there is a very strong deterioration of visual air quality in urban monuments. And air pollutants contribute in many different ways in monuments, as for instance, through the friction, deposition and removal, direct or indirect chemical attack and corrosion. And there are materials that are more sensitive than others. And here is a list of the range of sensitivity for different materials. As we can see, for instance, marble is very sensitive to pollutants. And here, this is a study about the spatial distribution of antiquities exposed to aerosols using space-borne remote sensing. And we can see how vulnerable they are to different pollutants, as for instance, smoke or dust or polluted dust or other types of aerosols. Many questions that arises: what will be the effects of climate change on cultural heritage? What mitigation strategies are necessary to prevent damage to movable and immovable cultural heritage? And of course, what it will cost if we do not react in time. Now, there is a new activity of the GEO community. The GEO is the group on Earth observations, which is the Earth observations for climate change impacts on World Heritage cities from the UNESCO and the World Heritage Center, in which we participate. There are many contributors in this activity. All these countries who are members of GEO, other GEO participating organizations, GEO associates, but also other entities, other contributors. And this is the geographical coverage, the geographical representation of participating countries. There are about more than 80 entities in this new activity of GEO with UNESCO and the World's Heritage. And now let me shortly introduce some major and very indicative activities of our chair hosted at the National Observatory of Athens. Of course, they include the science and research, establishment of infrastructures for monitoring, services, education, communication and public outreach, and cooperation with stakeholders, focusing on services only. These include climate monitoring services, weather forecast, real-time weather alarms issues, lighting activity, dust forecast through the sites of MeteoGR, but also services include real-time seismicity, tsunamis alarm, and real-time fire monitoring. About climatic services, the chair holds the oldest climatic record in Greece and one of the oldest in the whole area of the Eastern Mediterranean. This is the oldest source of climatic information for our country, and it dates back to the mid of the 19th century. And this enables us, of course, to study climate change in the long term and better evaluate the models, of course, and the climatic changes and the occurrence of extreme events. This is the National Observatory of Athens, and these are records, historical records since 1847. And if you can see, this is the course of the annual mean temperature in Athens since the mid-19th century. There is a striking increase of the air temperature after the mid-70s in Athens. And this is accompanied with a pronounced increase in the occurrence of hot extremes like heat waves which is very evident during the last 2 decades. And weather services, this is the network of meteorological stations in Greece at the National Observatory of Athens. There are weather services forecast and real-time weather from all these stations, and of course alarm about weather alarms. And NOAA and the chairs has also established infrastructures and facilities and for monitoring. I have just made a very short selection of them. This is I introduced the BEYOND, which is the Center of Earth Observation Research and Satellite Remote Sensing. This center is hosted at the chair and conducts a very impressive work to address the needs of the Copernicus Emergency Management Services through a number of activities, including the creation of thousands of risk and recovery maps for a range of hazards, including forest fires, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, landslides and subsidence, soil and coastal erosion, tsunamis, floods, and also industrial accidents. And the relevant services of BEYOND include the Fire Hub for forest fires, Flood Hub for floods, GeoHub for earthquakes, volcanoes, etc., and also urban subsidence, Atmo Hub for the atmosphere, Solar Hub for the solar energy, and the Climate Hub for the climate. The recent results for Chile and Peru will be used to support the UNESCO's project Enhancing Natural Hazard Resilience in South America. And also the analysis for Mozambique will be used to support another UNESCO project about school safety. Another infrastructure is the Pan-Hellenic Geophysical Observatory of Antikythera, which is a very ambitious strategic goal of the chair to establish a sustainable climate observatory at the island of Kythera. Why Antikythera? Because the site is very representative for typical weather types and climatic conditions in Eastern Mediterranean. And also, this station in Antikythera is actually located at the crossroad of air masses of different origin, transporting different aerosol types, such as dust from Africa, smoke from frequent regional forest fires, but also anthropogenic pollution from megacities and background sea salt particles. And another infrastructure is the Pan-Hellenic Infrastructure for Atmospheric Composition and Climate Change, which covers a significant component that links the monitoring of the factors that drive climate change at the regional level for the understanding of changes in the intensity and frequency of natural disasters in the whole area. Also, the chair hosts the Hellenic National Tsunami Warning Center, which provides services not only at the national, but also at international level, because this is one of the 4 accredited tsunami service providers, acting in the frame of the Northeastern Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and connected seas tsunami warning systems under UNESCO. And during the last years, the center operates 24 hours, 7 days tsunami monitoring and alerting service for Greece and the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, and provides warning messages to the General Secretariat for Civil Protection in Greece. And also, the chair participates or organizes educational programs leading to certificates related to natural hazards, as for instance, the Master of Science in Space Science Technologies and Applications, which is organized by the University of Peloponnese and is hosted at the chair at NOAA, where emphasis is given on the applications for the satellite watch of natural hazards. And also, NOAA participates in the Master of Science in Cultural Heritage, Materials and Technology from the University of Peloponnese, And the chair organizes the course of environmental and remote studies for cultural heritage. Also, the chair has designed and is running education programs for kids, students of different age groups, as for instance, the famous program Kids in Rain, or the program On the Wind and Water, which are interactive programs where the children, the students, learn about extreme weather phenomena. And of course, they learn also about the basic precautions during their occurrence. Another education program is the energy conservation at home, which is another interactive multimedia tool for energy saving at home, especially designed for kids and students, and help them visualize simple measures to save energy and water at home. Another program is Schools Study Earthquakes, where the students design homemade seismographs, and also the schools operate as centers for the information and awareness of the public about earthquakes. Also, communication and public outreach. The chair promotes and enforces public awareness on natural hazards. And over the past years, the chair has intensified these efforts to better communicate knowledge about natural hazards and increase public awareness and preparedness against relevant risks. There are a number of actions for this: lecture, presentations, participations in several events, scientific exhibitions, articles, popularized articles, and interviews in TV and radio. For instance, the chair has participates each year in Thessaloniki International Fair, which is visited by more than 200,000 people. Other festivals in Athens and Thessaloniki, participates in the Researchers' Night events, and also has organized some of these events, which are visited every year by more than 10,000 people, but also organizes lectures at the two visitors centers of the chair, and also other lectures in municipalities and different institutes. Also, the chair engages people in natural hazards monitoring through various actions and mobile applications, which enable citizens not only to be informed on relevant risks, but also to monitor and make relevant reports. This is implemented through several projects, like the Disaster Hub is Beyond's mobile application for enabling crowd-generated data.
Would you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, please be brief. You have 1 or 2 more minutes maximum.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, the Discover Copernicus mobile application, which is a smart mobile application for the personalized protection against environmental risk. Also through the project's Treasure, which is a thermal risk reduction actions and tools for secure cities, and the project Extrema, extreme temperature alerts for Europe. There are mobile applications evaluating the real-time personalized health risk of the user at his or her location, and of course alert him and provide recommendations. And another mobile application through the project Disarm, Drought and Fire Observatory and Early Warning Systems. And this application will enable people to report on the presence and location of accumulated dead biomass, as well as on the reporting of wildland fires. So I conclude, NOAA, the chair, has become a focal point for the provision of innovative and applied services in the fields of natural hazard and disaster prediction, detection and monitoring, but also impact management services in Southeastern Europe, the Balkans, the Middle East, and North Africa. And the chair supports the operational centers of the Greek Public Services and Ministries. including the Fire Department Operational Center, the Ministry of Environment and Energy, municipalities, and the Civil Protection Services. And I finish here. Thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very much for presenting all the activities of the chair, a chair that has been particularly active, as we know, with Professor Zerefos, yourself, and many other people. And thank you for this contribution. Now we are moving to the next presentation by Dr. Christofilopoulos, UNESCO Chair on Future Research, fourth Praxi. So the floor is yours, Dr.
Thank you so much. And especially thank you for the kind invitation, and my special thanks to the organizing committee. Let me see how I can share my screen just in a minute. Do you see my screen or not yet?
Not yet, but...
Not yet. I will do my best. My main problem is that I'm here with two teenagers that are also in WebEx at the same time, and my internet is quite weak. So let's see again.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So I understand that I'm the last speaker. So this is a very difficult position from start, and I will try to be a bit more loose the way that I approach the subject. And in many ways, I'm gonna actually give a very different perspective on our subject, but then also very, I think what we discussed also on the backstage, that all the contributions are actually adding to the main subject. So I will start with something that I read recently by a philosopher, Roman Krznaric, and he asks, have we colonized the future? And actually he says that we actually treat the future like a distant colonial outpost, devoid of people, where we can freely dump ecological degradation, technological risk, nuclear waste, and public debt. And in many ways, this is how we actually see the future. Not only today, this is how we always used to see the future. And I will just say briefly a story of another environmental impact, a man-made environmental impact a couple of centuries ago. This is horse manure, and this was how all the streets in big cities at the end of the 20th century looked like. So everybody was moving with horses. And as you understand...
end of the 19th century, yeah.
It's 1890, yes, exactly. Thank you for the correction, exactly. So everybody, products, people were moving with horses, and it was a big impact in the landscape of the cities, in the roads with horse manure. And you can imagine what was the impact when it was like a warm day or it was raining. And the scientists at that time, like ourselves today, they were trying to find solutions on this problem, and they were thinking, and they were making conferences. You see here another picture from a London street. But actually the problem had no solution, or that was what they thought at that time. And they were actually forecasting, that they didn't have models at that time, that London will be buried at 2 to 3 meters of horse manure by the 1950s. What they didn't see, and that was a nearby street just 4 or 5 years later, they didn't understand that the combustion engine that was already discovered will change completely the life. So they were taking for granted the status quo, what they knew at that time. And this is very often the problem is that we try to find solutions for our future or for our everyday lives using the thought of the past. And this is what UNESCO is actually now, with the network of UNESCO chairs on futures literacy, is trying to help to decolonize our thought and decolonize the future. So, and because all the discussion today is about the future, and of course the impact on and how we can address the problem of climate change and cultural heritage, the main question is, what is the future? Can we actually see the future, or can we use the future? So the main issue here is that the future does not actually exist. It only exists in our minds, and it's just a mental construct. So we don't have any other choice but to use anticipatory systems and processes to imagine a future. This is the case of conscious human anticipation. We use anticipatory systems and processes to fabricate different imaginary futures. And although we are so much accustomed to use the future, it is so central to what we do, we usually do it without thinking about it. We take it for granted. And we don't really reflect on this question, how we use the future and why we do this. So UNESCO actually thinking about this problem started in 2012 actually to support the idea of futures literacy. And explain this concept of futures literacy as a human capability, like reading. So today, not many people have this practical knowledge to use the future. And although we do this from small babies, we use the future all the time, it is not much known on this capability. So UNESCO started this research. And I mean, UNESCO has this role as a cutting-edge laboratory of new ideas. So started running experiments around the world to reveal how people around the world are using the future in our everydays, on designing or making our strategies, but also in our everyday lives. So now it is promoted as a skill, as an important skill for the 21st century. And actually this is about, is actually using the future in a more, let's say, structured way for our everyday lives, but also for planning. So you can imagine it like this, this person with two legs. So the future is for both cases, is for novelty, for imagined novelty, but also for planning. Just a case study, because we have different projects we are running together with UNESCO. This is a project actually we run together with UNESCO, and this is funded by Climate Kick, the platform, the European platform that actually funds and coordinating activities to address climate change. So together with UNESCO, what we do is that we work with companies, especially port authorities, and also we work with regions in transition, like Western Macedonia here. And what we do is that we run workshops. We try to develop futures literacy within those organizations, like a port authority, like a company, like a private authority, or with a local community, in order to help them decolonize the future and think the future on a different way, and try to find new ideas to address the challenges that like climate change in this specific case is bringing. So we use future literacy in these labs to invent and discover new possibilities for innovation and resilience, to open up transformative paths in the context of climate change, to develop models and new concepts for making sense of what is happening in those fields, to seed new ideas for novel interventions, and to energize actors to invent and implement change. And it was a very difficult case, because we started this project with Climate Kick with physical workshops, but then the pandemic came and then we had to redesign all the concepts on a digital world. But I must say that it's a very, very rewarding learning experience for both sides. With this, I would like to conclude. I don't think I should spend more time on this, but I will be happy to give you more information in the discussion. Thank you so much.
Dr. Christofilopoulos. And now I would like to know if you may, okay, if there is any request from the floor or from any other colleague to contribute, someone who has a question or a comment on what it was presented until now. I wait to see. No. Well, from what let me make myself few observations. We had quite diverse presentations, but I think many of them, or all of them, were complementary to one or another way. The emphasis was different, and the amount of information related to the theme versus what are the activities of the chairs was different. But I think we can say that we have a more complete picture of how we can approach with the limited resources of the UNESCO chairs a very important issue, securing nature protection through sustainable development was my contribution, but sustainable development was mentioned by everybody, almost by everybody. And the natural and cultural environment were from the beginning in the center of the approach of nearly all of us. There are three directions we developed. The one direction is the theoretical background that many of us thought necessary as a basis of all our activities. It is a different thing to work on the basis of practical applications only, and also develop the theoretical background of what we are doing. And I think in several of the presentations, this was clear, starting from the concept analysis, the link with rights, human rights, link with the way we think, we communicate, and the way in which intelligence, artificial intelligence, but also intelligent ways to communicate could enhance the possibilities of and effectiveness of protection of natural and cultural heritage. I think this is an area where we need to work, all of us, further, because there are sometimes we feel that there are small nuances in this evolution, but these small or bigger nuances affect the political priorities at international and less at national and local level. But we all know, actually being under international organization, UNESCO in particular, that as it was said also by the last speaker, UNESCO offers a space for exchanging innovative ideas in dealing with international problems. The second group of presentations used existing good practices, because theory is one thing, but if you don't see it implemented, you cannot be convinced. And I think we had a very good list of activities, examples from practical approaches, and also for the way in which designated areas are structured or organized, and also the beauty they bring in, because we all said, it was also mentioned particularly by our colleague from Plymouth, Dr. Stewart, it is not only the knowledge, it is how we transmit the necessary stimulation for the emotion. And I also mentioned that there are always these three, not only the anthropocentric, but also the ecocentric points that we need to bring to the surface. Second part, of course, we had excellent examples of linking the assets, the natural assets we have, with cultural assets and opportunities for sustainable development. Sustainable development is not something abstract. It's something doable, and something that we need to bring closer to the societies to see how sustainable development is possible and exercised, applied. I think that biosphere reserves, geoparks, and heritage, cultural heritage sites, all kinds, are extremely useful laboratories for sustainable development. We have to be careful not to rename all kinds of development into sustainable development. We have to be very careful there. And there is a challenge, and there are mistakes already in some parts of the world in doing this. Some few things were said here and there, and particularly the presentation of Mrs. Zervaki on education. Education, and all of us are educators by definition. And education, in my point of view, is the most important management tool. It's not just for the people that we address. Environmental education, we have to remember, back in 72, it was introduced as a tool for the protection of the environment. So I have to remind everybody that we are ahead in the Mediterranean. We have the Mediterranean strategy of education for sustainable development, and we have the action plan for the Mediterranean strategy of ESD. A big part of both is devoted to the protection of the cultural heritage. And it is the only regional strategy after the one of the UNICE, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which coincides 100% with the Council of Europe geographically. And I think we have to utilize it more. And I just wanted to say that there is already a big network of more than 6,000 educators dealing with education for sustainable development under the MEDIS, the Mediterranean Educational Initiative for Environment Sustainability network. I think this is also very important for all of us to take into account. The last thing I want to say is that through activities of the chairs and through the proposal of the laboratory of Mr. Emanuelidis and the very nice presentation made on proposals for the future, but also other things that were here and there mentioned. We see that there is a potential for new initiatives, eventually also collaborative initiatives with greater synergy among our chairs in Greece and abroad. Which needs to be, I think, examined, and we have to see how best we can actually benefit from the contributions we bring from each chair. These are some of the conclusions and thoughts I gathered while listening, but please, we have some time if you wish to comment or reflect. I just put this as a carpet on which everybody could step and say whatever she wants. And of course, I take this under the guidance of our chair here, Nikos Zouros. If you think, Professor Zouros, that something else has to be actually as a stimulus in any kind of exchange or discussion, please intervene.
I would like to thank you for the excellent conclusion of this colloquium. I think that you managed to put and present very briefly the outcomes of the quite different interventions in this colloquium, but you managed to find the connections in between the different approaches, and the colleagues representing different chairs, different UNESCO chairs. I would like to give emphasis to one of the outcomes that you mentioned before, Professor Scoullos, is the necessity for further interdisciplinary approach to our big issues that we have to face. And also the necessity of larger collaboration between UNESCO chairs and the academic community at large, because we have big challenges in front of us, and our duty is to try to give light to all these issues for the benefit of the broader society. Because the broader society, due to political, but also to political reasons, but also to the level of education, which is not in the same way, in the same level everywhere, has many misunderstandings regarding the main issues that we're facing today. And I think that climate change is one of the biggest issues. With such misunderstandings, different opinions, people don't know exactly what they should do. So in my opinion, the scientific community has to give special emphasis to educate the society at large towards the needs that we need the main tasks that we have as societies to work all together with solidarity, with communication, with understanding towards the sustainable development goals. Because as you said, not all ways and all efforts for the development are in a sustainable way. And we have to learn from the mistakes, and we have to avoid the continuation of these mistakes. And I think we have a very good group of colleagues in the UNESCO chairs, and also in our country, in Greece and Cyprus, by working together and by providing more opportunities for exchange and dialogue, scientific dialogue, I think we will achieve better results for all of us and for our society.
Thank you very much. And actually, what you said about we don't know, and many people don't know, touches upon what the last speaker, Dr. Christofilopoulos, said about this is the misinterpretation of what he said by many politicians or other leaders, where they say, okay, see the manure and the solution we had, we believe in the future, so something else will come and save us. So they continue the way, things emerge, which is totally, of course, the misinterpretation of what Mr. Christofilopoulos said. In my classes, most of the natural scientists, we work with models, we work with forecasts. But what I always insist saying to my students is that we need to go from forecasts to backcasts, because this is, and he mentioned that something we do as children. We know where we are going or what we want to go. We want to become, bigger scientists, whatever, and we adjust our activities according to that. So we don't need necessarily to be prophets for the future. I challenge him to say something. We don't need to, because in fact, and this is the basis of the precautionary principle and the difference between precautionary principle and prevention. We need to imagine actually the different scenario and adjust our activities in order to avoid the worst scenario and actually support the best. And climate change is a very good example to demonstrate exactly this approach. So thank you very much for what you said, and I don't know if someone else wants to say something more. I see
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank all the contributors for the excellent presentations and the impressive pictures. I would also like to thank, as a member of the organizing committee, the other two members of the organizing committee, Professor Emmanoloudis and Professor Zouros, for the excellent collaboration we had to prepare this event. Well, unfortunately, I didn't have time to present even very briefly our chair, which is the most recent chair, because it was established only 1 year ago, chair on climate diplomacy. I won't do it now because there is no time. But what is certain from this event is that we share similar concerns from different disciplines on sustainability. And I think that the task ahead for us, the task ahead for academics and for practitioners is to engage with decision makers and to suggest new pathways to overcome different obstacles and, most importantly, to better communicate even between us, as well as to offer practical solutions to show the way forward. The recent experience with the pandemic has highlighted more than ever the need to be more attentive to the alarmist calls of the scientific community, as long as these calls are commonly agreed, understandable, and thus more convincing to the general public. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, and through you, all the organizing committee again, for this, I think, very rich and useful colloquium. I don't know if there is any other request for the floor. If not, I would like to thank you from this session for the discussion, and I give the chair back to to Professor Scoullos.
I would like just to thank you all for your valuable contributions. I would like to thank Professor Scoullos for the excellent coordination of the last part of discussion. I hope that I also want to thank Professor Dousis and Professor Emmanouilidis for giving me the opportunity for a wonderful collaboration for the preparation of this event. And I hope that all together we'll meet very soon for the organization of other events under the auspices of the National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you so much for being with us, and thanks to all of those who are participating through the Zoom platform, but also through the YouTube. We had more than 200 participants in this event. And I'm really very glad to see so many colleagues, but also so many students participating and attending. Thank you so much, and we will meet soon.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Thank you.
Bye.